No, you've got a good while yet.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Welcome and good morning. Welcome to Parliament Hill for what is going to be an absolutely fantastic day of cross-country running.
Well, good morning and welcome to Parliament Hill for the fourth leg of the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. This is also the London International Cross Country, the very first for this venue. Scott Eburn here on commentary. I'm been joined today by Rosie Tinbergen. And Rosie, a full schedule of action. What are you looking forward to most?
It's going to be brilliant today. I'm very excited to get this underway. I think, of course, the BUCS trials, the open 4K races that we have throughout the day, they are going to be really exciting. And of course, the senior events as well, with a spot up for grabs on the plane for Belgrade at the end of this cross-country season in March.
Well, there's so many different stories today. You mentioned about the BUCS 4 kilometre trial to make part of the BUCS World University team for that, which is in around about 4 weeks' time on the 17th of February, the World University Cross Country. We've also got some internationals here as well, competing for the likes of England, Northern Ireland as part of the Home Countries International, which is what this London International Cross Country makes up as well. And it all kicks off in just less than 10 minutes time with the under-13 girls 3 kilometres. We then move to the under-13 boys, and then we start things off with a shorter 4 kilometre race, which, Rosie, I'm really looking forward to seeing. This is something that I've called for a couple of years now, a shorter version of the traditional cross-country race.
Yeah, how exciting that could be. It's going to really pull spectators into the course. It can be short, fast and really fierce for these athletes that are looking for qualification for the World Universities, with the teams, of course, announced in the very near future.
We've also got in the middle of the day the senior women's and senior men's 10 kilometres. How about the women running over 10k as well, Rosie?
Yeah, brilliant to see the distances the same for both men and women. It's going to be really tough racing though. I think you've obviously got some races beforehand going to churn that course up nicely. There's a few twists and turns and corners that could be really challenging to negotiate, but it's going to be a really exciting event.
Well, we'll be bringing some interviews throughout the day as well from the course, with some British cross-country legends. We'll also get to hear from Eamon Martin, the race director from this London International Cross Country. He's worked wonders to put on this event, and Rosie, we've got a very innovative 2-kilometre course here. How challenging do you think that's going to be?
I think it's going to only increase its challenge throughout the day. I think the entire layout of this event is really exciting, and it's going to be brilliant for the sport in the coming years. But this 2K loop for the athletes is not only presenting a physical challenge on the undulating and muddy ground, but a mental one as well. To tick those laps off one by one is something that the strong athletes really will relish throughout the race.
Well, you can see the Parliament Hill track, Highgate Harriers track, just at the bottom, and to the right of that, that is the starting hill. If you've ever been to Parliament Hill before and maybe saw the National here a couple of years ago, you will know all about that. And just because they are running a shorter 2-kilometre lap does not excuse them from taking part in that hill. So they will head up the hill, turn left, and then follow the course round for a 2-kilometre lap. So no matter where you stand on the course, you can see them come past you twice on every lap. And that little white square, Rosie, what is that?
That is your spectator tent, Scott. So in that tent we have room for the fans on either side. Take your cowbells in there if you're on the course, make some noise down there. It's been put on the course to try and make an electric wall of noise, it's been dubbed on the socials, for the athletes to really try and generate some atmosphere and some excitement.
Well, it will all come to the finish just above the home straight of the Highgate track at the bottom of the picture. We will have our cameras pointing to where they are on the course in the top right hand corner of the screen throughout the day as well. So if you're trying to understand where they are in this twisty turny technical course, then you just need to keep an eye out for that as well. But as we say, in around about 6 minutes time, the very first race, the under-13 girls, 3 kilometres. So we will be back with that when the action gets underway.
Just 5 minutes until our under-13 girls 3-kilometre race, the very first race of the International Cross Country. To our kilometre race,
So some names you might be familiar with in the under-13 girls 3-kilometre race here. We've got 30 entrants for this smaller field to combat these short 2-kilometre laps. Definitely some names you will notice. Chiltern Harriers, Cara Gorman in there, keep an eye out for her, and Pollyanna Kershaw of Blackpool, she's there too.
We've also got Maisie Mullett, of course, going in the under-13 girls, the winner of the Liverpool Cross Challenge. She's had a great season so far, and plenty of county medalists as well from the start of 2024. So I'm sure these athletes will be looking for another great race on this very new and exciting event coming up.
Well, I just wonder what the frosty weather conditions this week will have done to the course. Obviously it was firm over the last few days, but temperatures above 0 today, although it's blowing an absolute gale. And just shout out to the dad on the start line, I think, or the coach, just cleaning out the spikes so they get a bit more grip. You need that today, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I was lucky enough to be able to visit the course yesterday, and you can see it's been very solid through this week, but it is starting to thaw out. Yesterday it was beginning to get a little bit slippy, so the spikes and the hundreds of feet that are about to make their way round this 2-kilometre lap is only going to churn it up and get it more muddy, so that grip is really going to be essential.
Always time on the start line to pose for a few photos as well. That is what I would be wearing, my nice pink headband to keep the ears warm. You need it. Only 3 kilometres, about 15 minutes.
I'm sure these girls will be really glad to get underway. You can see them lining up on the start line there, and they do look pretty chilly in the conditions down in London today.
So 10:45 is our official start time. All the action from the British Athletics Cross Challenge here at Parliament Hill about to get underway.
white. And not the white gets more closer.
So ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time for our first race ever from the London International. It's the under 13 girls, 3 kilometres.
Stay on the right.
Yeah, I was going to try here to start.
So here we go then, first race of this London International Cross Country. It's the under 13 girls, 3 kilometres, 30 athletes on the start line, and away they go up the hill here at Parliament Hill, a venue that is enriched with cross country history.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see straight away the hill that these athletes are having to negotiate. I'm sure will be making their legs burn straight off the bat.
Well, the man with the pink compression sock band somewhere around Parliament Hill right now is loving this picture, because he is making good strides with the sails today, I'm sure. Nice to see the first dog on the course as well.
Oh, absolutely, and those compression socks are a staple of cross-country running. But we are coming up and taking that left-hand turn now to come along the straight to the athletes, so the athletes make their way into the beginning of the first lap.
So just sitting at the front there was Isabella Buchanan.
Alongside her, I believe, is Maisie Mullet from Reconcile AC. We mentioned Maisie earlier with such a fantastic run at the Liverpool Cross Challenge she had back in November.
So Mullet just leading in the blue shorts, number 18. Buchanan to the left of her, and just sitting in behind is Cara Gorman, number 10, the green of Chiltern Harriers. Blackpool as well in fourth there too. Pollyanna Kershaw, that is, always starts strong, and now they're just starting to weave in as they'll come under the tent for the first time.
There's still Isabella Buchanan and Maisie Mullet leading us through. Buchanan, of course, one to watch, 4:42 1500 metre runner, so she has definitely got that flat speed on the track, so I'm sure she'll be hoping for it to translate over today. But we can just see the gradient of that climb as these two athletes lead us through for the first time around this 2K loop.
Well, it's good to see them paired together, working hard, just shoulder to shoulder at the moment. That's what you need in these early stages, just chipping through as they continue to weave their way uphill.
Yeah, neither athlete wanting to put too much out just yet. These are the very, very early stages, of course, and these girls, although only under 13s, will be becoming well accustomed to their tactics and knowing when is best to lay it all out on the course and really push on.
Well, it's nice and steady, no gritting the teeth just yet. Mullet looking calm and just about second. Buchanan striding nicely as they work their way over the top section of this course. Be a great sprint finish, because they'll come through the white tent once again and turn left, where the crowds will be cheering them home. Expecting it to be a little bit busier as we get towards the big senior races a little bit later on. Obviously the World Trials and World University Cross Country Trials as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't get much better domestic cross-country racing than that. So the crowds later on, I'm sure, will be gathering in their masses, especially around that fan tent. But the girls now just rounding their way back up the hill, still matching each other pretty much stride for stride as they make their way round and over the top of that hill.
Well, some good technical challenges. Having to stop, turn, weave. Just wonder how muddy it will get as we go throughout the course of the day. Good start to this race, nice and calm.
It is still Buchanan leading the way, just slightly ahead of Maisie Mullet, but Mullet not panicking yet as this race is still unfolding very, very early on. We can see the girls weaving in and out of that technical area around the back of the course.
Nice and smooth. Chance to improve their scores as well within the Cross Challenge Series. The final, of course, around about 6 weeks' time at Woollerton Hall in Nottingham. Great venue, fantastic park. And these two will certainly be in pole position to pick up the overall Cross Challenge Series prize.
Yeah, I'm sure they're both looking forward to that. Of course, the finals in Nottingham also doubling up as the inter-county cross-country as well, so opportunities for athletes to race in their county colours, not one that often comes around.
This is a real sticky part of the course. Cara Gulman here in the green, going well, solo in third at the moment, and they start to work their way back downhill. This is where you can really gain some speed, because just at the bottom of the picture where they go through the tent, they will turn left and head into the home straight. Check the watch there from Isabella Buchanan, just seeing how long they've gone. And they will have to pick up some speed here as they start to work their way through.
Yeah, that downhill really helping them with momentum as they come round after negotiating that sticky corner. That corner could really be a tricky area to navigate as the races unfold later on throughout the day.
Still plenty of time left. They will come round once more. That's the VIP's tent. We'll see some familiar faces from cross-country times gone by across today as well. Be catching up with them on the course for interviews. This is where we're starting to turn round and loop back round for the course for another dart.
Slight slip of the foot there as well from Buchanan as she comes around that hairpin, maybe showing either a little sign of fatigue or potentially just how this course could play out later on as more and more athletes make their way around this loop.
It's a good chance as well to see how far ahead or how far behind people are when you get to these turns. You're going past people that are behind you, and this is still nice and steady at the front from Buchanan and Mullet, working their way up this hill once again. Really starts to burn at this point, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. These girls will be working really hard, and it won't be long now until the teeth become gritted. Cara Gorman as well, working well just behind those two. I'm sure there would have been a tactical look on that hairpin turn for the two leading athletes, but Maisie Mullet is starting to break away now, not dissimilar to the fashion in which we saw her run the Liverpool Cross Challenge.
Saw Valley, such a strong contingent of young female athletes and runners, and Maisie Mullet, another one of them. And she now has got a solid gap in front of Isabella Buchanan, the early stages of lap 2.
Yeah, Mullet's really managed to put some daylight between her and her rival as they've come up this hill for the second time. It won't be long until they're rounding back down and into the finish, so she'll be hoping to only add distance into that gap now. I'm sure Buchanan will be doing all she can to close it, however.
So, we need to say to them, just past where there's a little X.
The gap is continuing to grow. Buchanan maybe just starting to feel a bit of pain now. She's been G'd on from some support on the sidelines. Mullet looking smooth though, really great stride.
Absolutely amazing. Mullet looking as if fatigue is just not an issue currently. She's really looking strong as she goes around that corner back in to that more technical area at the back of the course.
So this is the part where they loop around and take a slightly shorter lap and just miss out the top right hand section of the course. Mullet will come from behind the trees and still have a lead. There's Cara Gorman in third, moving really well. She has a look behind her left shoulder just to see where everybody is, and she is well clear in third, so that's good from her. It's been tough to run in third on your own the whole race. It's a real challenge. You have to keep your mind focused and not let it slip and take the foot off the gas at all.
Absolutely a brilliant skill being displayed by Cara Gorman to be able to do that, to be able to run essentially against yourself and keep in mind that you are chasing down but also being chased is something that is very challenging to do at times. So a fantastic display of endurance running from her. But look at Maisie Mullet striding down the hill now, looking as smooth as can be, really commanding this race.
Well, it starts to get a bit easier here for Maisie Mullet, with the course just rolling away downhill in front of her, and it will make a big difference to the pace. She's going to come around this corner. It's a bit of a tight, twisty bend, and we will see it even more churned up than this later on, but she can practically see the finish line if she just looks to her left now, and you just see the speed she's gaining, and well, that is a bit slippy as she comes down there. How tough is that going to be for the senior athletes later on? I just wonder. But Maisie Mullet flying down the hill.
Looking fantastically strong as she lets the momentum take her as she comes down through the fan tent for the final time. She'll be moving round into the finishing straight very, very shortly. But what a display this has been from her today.
Well, she looks so composed, no stress on her face at all. Seems to be really enjoying her running. This isn't the first time this season we've seen Maisie Mullet dominate, and here at this fantastic venue and race, the London International Cross Country, we will get our first winner of the day in the U13 Girls 3 kilometre, and it is Reconsour Valley's Maisie Mullet that will come through to take the win. This has been a fantastic run, a composed run, and Maisie Mullet through the tape to take the win here at Parliament Hill. What a win for her to continue this fantastic season. Stuff for the watch as well. Got to get that logged on Strava, I'm sure.
Of course, Strava is, of course, the holy grail for these athletes. But what a fantastic run. We can see the rest of the athletes now coming through. Buchanan now coming into the finish, crossing the line, and also a fantastic display from her today. Closely followed by Cara Gorman. Gorman obviously working hard to close that gap throughout the rest of the race. Maybe would have had her if the finish line was just a few more metres further along.
A few more athletes thrashing through towards the finish here. Bit of a sprint battle on between two of these athletes. And it's a real fight. Here is Lucia Connell in the blue, Strathern Harriers coming in just behind. We've got Lincoln Wellington's Florence Lilly. Looks like she might just hold on from Roxanne Sands. But it is Lucia Connell that takes fourth. Coming through for fifth is Florence Lilly of Lincoln Wellington. Well, more action to come. It's the U13 Boys 3 kilometres on this same course. Shot of finishing straight, things getting out of the way, and heading back to the warm.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be very glad to get their layers back on after that. Hopefully not too cold out there today. A little bit warmer than it has been in previous days. And I'm sure the course will reflect that as it starts to thaw out throughout. '25 entries then in the U13 Boys, which is up next. They are, of course, competing over the same 3 kilometres as the under 13 girls. One to watch, of course, Adam Paget won the Renfrew Cross Challenge just a week ago up in Scotland. So he's on the start line today. Keep an eye out for him. Alongside him, we have got plenty of county medalists, of course, as we had in the under 13 girls. All of those athletes, I'm sure, will be looking to put out a very strong performance at Parliament Hill.
Already some cold knees and fingertips from these young lads. Shaftesbury Barnet vest there. James Valley as well. Such a great picture, isn't it? See the London skyline beyond Parliament Hill.
Yeah, what more could you want at the start of what hopefully will become an iconic cross country, to have the London skyline in the background. Of course, Parliament Hill already renowned for its heritage. It did win the World Athletics Heritage Award for cross country, and of course is the venue for the 90 10Ks at the track at Highgate.
Well, our marshals in their high vis just getting confirmation to get ready. I'm sure they'll be delighted to get underway, and we hope to see them spectating around the course for the rest of the day too.
Yeah, a great opportunity for these athletes to hang around and see some top-class senior athletics going on as well, hopefully inspire them for their future journeys through cross-country and athletics.
Marshall's just waving through the final finisher in the under 13 girls 3 kilometres, but the boys are now underway facing the hill. Great camera shot as they march their way up, full of spirit, but how long will they keep this going for? Great energy off the start line.
Yeah, absolutely, it will become a real test for them over the next 3 kilometres, but we can see the boys instantly converging to the right of your screen as they come round to take the closest line on that left-hand turn that they will negotiate very shortly.
So the field starting to stretch out over these opening few hundred metres. Course looking good at the moment in this early section.
Yeah, plenty of firm ground for some good strong running in these early stages. We do still have quite a group settled at the front, but in that group is number 66 Adam Paget that we mentioned earlier, definitely one to watch. Also alongside him, number 53 Craig Calver from West Suffolk AC, excuse the pause there. Those two now looking like they are starting to move slightly clear of the pack.
Well, they'll begin to meander uphill once again. Through the 10.
We are still being led out by Craig Calver, closely followed by Adam Paget. Of course, only 25 boys in this race. Slightly smaller fields than we are perhaps used to in the cross challenges to allow for these 2 kilometre laps that we'll be seeing throughout the day.
Calver just settling into a rhythm now.
So this bit is hard and potholy. Yeah.
Keeping composed, just running with metronomic form, keeping it ticking over, keeping that stride length consistent. Looks strong.
Yeah, indeed, both these athletes looking very composed in these early stages. Calver, of course, a 17:38 5K runner, so he's no stranger to these slightly more endurance events. I'm sure he'll be knowing how to pace himself ready for the event that is lying in front of him still. Paget, though, tracking him somewhat closely as they make their way round this first loop. Paget won the Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire County Champs just a couple of weeks ago at the start of 2024, and the winner of the Renfrew Cross Challenge, like I mentioned just a few moments ago.
Check of the watch from Adam Paget. He's still in touching distance. Good little group as well in 4th to 6th. A few more behind them too. At the moment at the front, it's Calver in the green, Paget in the blue. Approaching the halfway stage in this race.
Yeah, it won't be long now until these hills really start to burn the legs of these athletes, and it won't be long until their teeth become gritted. It is still Paget chasing Calver at the front of this race. Those two do seem clearing away for the time being.
You just see, can't you, the breeze that these guys are going
Do you get
into.
any coffee here or not? Do you get any
It's a
coffee
real
here? Or
challenge
not?
to run in these sorts of conditions, whilst it might not be as cool as it has been over the last couple of days, not minus figures at the moment. The wind chill certainly will make a difference and affect the muscles, just gets a bit harder to pump that blood around those legs, and the lungs have to work a bit harder.
Oh, absolutely. The wind can really make such a difference. Sometimes you would take the trade-off of some slightly cooler, stiller conditions, but they round this corner now. It's a very challenging part of the course, and both athletes at the front have negotiated very successfully, as has 3rd, 4th and 5th place as they come round. Athletes using this downhill now to gain some momentum as they head into what will become the fan tent. Hopefully will be packed out full of spectators later on today.
Almost a bit of a trip there from Calver. We did say in the previous race that it was a challenging section because your legs do just want to run away from you, and Dan Gallagher as well almost losing his footing. Did well to compose himself.
Yeah, did brilliantly to stay on his feet there. Hopefully not too much fatigue settling in for Gallagher just yet, and that was simply a slip. Hopefully his race will continue unhindered after that. Speaking of the temperature, it is about 6 degrees down there, but that wind chill bringing it down to 3 at the minute, and that is really quite chilly, and that wind, cold air can make it really hard work on the lungs.
Well, they're about to loop round for their second lap. Nice and controlled, nothing to worry about here. This is the sort of figure of Aidan Walpert. Oh, there is a
slip there.
There is a trip, yeah. We did say this is a very sharp section. That's where the hand on the tape starts to come into play. Well, we've got some splits for you as well, just to show that Calver around 1 second ahead of Paget, and Gallagher about 6 seconds behind Calver as well. Oh, there's another slip. I think that was Vanderberg.
Yeah, just showing how slippy and churned up that hairpin turn is going to be, especially when approaching it at speed like these athletes are doing. So keep an eye out on that as the races progress through today.
So top 3 at the moment: Calver, Paget and Gallagher. Walpert is in touching distance. Only 4 seconds for him to make up on Dan Gallagher.
Yeah, most certainly doable and in reach for those. No athlete fully set yet in their position, but it does look like Calver has opened up a gap now in first place.
Well, that gap between Calver and Paget, almost 8 seconds now.
They've grown very significantly since the splits came up on your screen.
And this is a really, really solid run from Craig Calver. It's just continuous, solid effort throughout this whole race. His stride pattern hasn't changed, his gait's not changed, and he looks really good. And now maybe he's just starting to turn the screw and use these downhill sections to build some speed.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job, and I think the word you used earlier, Scott, metronomic, is perfect for this. He's looking absolutely in time. He knows exactly how he's feeling. He knows how to run this course almost to perfection so far today.
Just going to work his way round, and now it starts to get a bit easier. This section just drops a little. Another look over the shoulder, and that looks like Dan Gallagher has moved up into second, just ahead of Adam Paget.
Yeah, great running from Gallagher to close that gap. Paget, I'm sure, will be looking to hold on as much as he can and keep hold of that third place. He doesn't want to lose his grip on that third place position just yet. Quick look over his left shoulder for our leader Craig Calver now as he comes through. It won't be far now until he's heading towards the finish line. We can see the course starting to slope downwards now as he heads into that slight decline, and it won't be long until he's coming through that spectator tent once again.
Well, that is a huge, huge lead. It is Dan Gallagher who's in second, almost had an almost slip or trip from Craig Calver.
Fatigue potentially starting to set in, or maybe a slight misjudgment on his foot placement, slowing it down as he comes around that corner, maybe having learnt that it is becoming quite a challenging part of the course to negotiate. But the fan tent now in view for our leader Craig Calver.
I've just got to be controlled here as Aidan Walcott has moved into third ahead of long-time second placer Adam Paget. All to play for in the minor medal positions. This is much better down the slope for Calver.
Yeah, definitely looks to have regained his control as he comes down the hill, and he'll be rounding into the final straight very shortly with a very commanding lead.
It's a real tussle for second because Adam Paget, who looked to be fading, now back up into second. Aidan Walcott is there, Dan Gallagher there as well. We'll see them as they start to come across the line, but at the moment it's Craig Calver into the final 100 metres. Looking so good, so composed, hasn't looked stressed at all in this race other than a few looks over the shoulder. And Craig Calver from West Suffolk AC will take a fine win here at Parliament Hill. Another title for the belt of Craig Calver. He takes the win at the London Cross Challenge. Barely out of breath as well.
Yeah, fantastic running from him. Very close now as we come through the line.
Aidan Walcott. They looked like they were going over together there. Nobody really wanted to get the dip out, did they? But it was just Walcott, Gallagher there in third. These are the splits. They will have to be official. Paget, despite his late efforts, couldn't quite get back amongst the top three. But great to have these splits as well.
Yeah, brilliant, and brilliant running, of course, from the U13 boys. We do go again very shortly for the women's 4K, which includes the BUCS trials, of course. That goes off in approximately 3 minutes' time, but these boys still flowing over the line, some fantastically strong runs on that home straight as they come down, maybe with some momentum from that final decline.
perfectly well done. Please come over here, you're not going to come your way. And Adam Paget has Adam, come on in. Fine third place. That was fantastic. Boys, keep it around the bottom of the screen. So Adam, what would the and then how the race on
So we are back to the camera line shots now for the women's 4 kilometres. So as I said, this is including the BUCS 4K trial. So this trial is for the World University's selection for their cross country. The top 2 eligible finishers in this race will be selected for the Great British World University cross country team. That of course happens in mid-February, that event. Teams will be announced next week, I believe.
Well, really interesting entry list for this one. You saw the Uni of Birmingham vest out there. This is the results though from the under 13 boys 3 kilometres. Craig Calver taking the win in just outside 11 minutes. It was Aidan Walpert dipping across the line to nudge Dan Gallagher back into third, and Adam Paget, who is in amongst it, getting 4 in the end.
Yeah, very exciting finish, and a lot unfolded in that last kilometre or so of that under 13 boys race. And I'm sure we'll see plenty more of that as the day progresses. But here the girls go. 4 kilometres for the open race and the BUCS University trial for the World Cross Country University Cross Country Championships, I should say.
Yeah, so when we say the BUCS trial, we mean it's the trial for the British universities team that are heading to the World University Cross Country Champs on the 17th of February. It's in Oman, and it'll be a real challenge. You've got a few athletes here vying for a spot. And just at the front, I think that's Alexandra Shipley in the blue with the black gloves leading things out.
Yeah, it does look to be Alexandra Shipley there. Milton Keynes Distance Project. She is a 4:15 1500 metre runner, so we do have some definite speed in those legs that I'm sure she'll be looking to utilise, especially if it comes down to a sprint finish in the later stages of this race. But a sea behind her of red vest dotted in with some African violet we can see there from the Birmingham University and Loughborough, sorry, University of Birmingham I should say, and Loughborough Uni there.
Well, the first 2 British University eligible athletes across the line in this race are guaranteed a spot on the team should they take it for the World University Cross Country Champs. At the moment we do not know who that will be. This is 4 kilometres, so it's 2 full laps. And just sitting in third at the moment, Bethan Morley is there. She ran superbly at the European Cross Country Championships in December in Brussels. She was running as part of the British mixed relay team, put in a fantastic leg. There she is, just in second at the moment in those long sleeves.
Yeah, interesting to make note of as well, these athletes may not be in club colours. University selectors have of course asked those eligible to be racing in university colours where possible, to allow for easier identification during the race, to make their lives a little bit easier. Plenty of big hitters though still in contention for those top 2 spots.
It'll be a great experience, 6 or 7 days travelling and competing and acclimatising for the World University Cross Country Champs. Morley looking good there in second at the moment, and Tia Wilson, I think that is, in third. Just behind her from the University of Birmingham, it is Kate Willis. So a real tussle on between these athletes.
Yeah, these four athletes won't be wanting to give anything up to any of the others so far. Tia Wilson sat in there, as you mentioned, had a very good season so far. She raced in the Eurocross, of course, 34th place there. I was back in Brussels in December, if you can cast your minds back to that race. Very challenging course.
Feels like an awfully long time ago as well, doesn't it?
Most certainly does.
Gave one of the best races of the European cross-country championships, the one that Bethan Morley was in. Obviously the GB team swapping up the order last minute mid-race, putting Kaya Malanga, who was actually entered for this 4K here at the London Cross Challenge, and she was eventually chased down by a couple of the European teams. Great Britain getting the bronze in the end, but it was exactly what it should be. A fantastic race and a lot of unpredictability.
Oh yeah, how exciting was that to watch unfold. Fantastic race, most definitely. But these four girls still pretty much together, a few gaps maybe starting to appear and then close off once again as these athletes don't want to give up any distance between each of them. So we do still have Alex Shipley in this group, Kate Willis, Beth Morley and Tia Wilson all contending for those top 2 spots to book their place at the World Universities cross country.
Well, already starting to work their way back towards the finish line and conclude this first lap. Shipley looking really strong at the front, Morley looking controlled, Willis is as well, and Tia Wilson just in third, keeping towards the middle of this leading pack, using their energy to her advantage.
Yeah, a few slight twists, maybe a little trip there from Alex Shipley at the front, maybe just some slightly unpredictable foot placements there, maybe a testament to some slight early onset fatigue.
It's good to have 4 athletes all in the mix-up. Well, you would have noticed just on the backs then as well, they have an additional bib, which we wouldn't have seen in the earlier races, just denoting that they are eligible for the BUCS team. And just on that turn, so important when you go around these bends, Morley taking the lead for the first time.
Yeah, we can see our splits coming up on the screen there, just how close those lead 4 are, and a slight gap, 7 seconds or so till 5th place.
And Morley just in front, Shipley is there. Now just beginning to stretch this lead. Morley up the hill. Slight look was that over her shoulder, just trying to gauge where Shipley is, where Wilson is. At the moment though, Morley looking good. Out of nowhere, isn't it? You can see that tactic. We've already seen it within the U13 Boys 3K as well. Get to the end of the first lap and try and break away.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember always being told a hill is a great place to make a break, and looks like that's exactly what these athletes have done. Coming out the hairpin turn strongly and moving into that incline and really putting some distance now between her and her nearest rival. Morley looking really strong now, starts to relax again slightly as the hill flattens off and the course plateaus slightly, maybe some easier running. Shipley still in second, also enjoying a little bit of slightly flatter ground.
This is great running from Bethan Morley. Obviously felt really comfortable in that opening 2 kilometre lap, and now just starting to show her muscle. Striding away and looking really good, and had to look 2 or 3 times there just to see where the next runner behind her was, and she didn't even manage to spot Alex Shipley, because that is the distance and that's the lead she has.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Tia Wilson giving chase to Shipley there as they all negotiate that very tight turn quite successfully. These turns, of course, providing a really nice tactical advantage to gauge where your rivals are. although they do break up the rhythm somewhat of these athletes, which can be really challenging as the races unfold.
Well, there is Morley, dressed in the African violet of Loughborough, and surely now has this race wrapped up and a spot on the plane to the World University Cross Country Champs in the bag. Has to be careful on the downhill section though as they come under the fan tent, because we know and we've seen already this corner can be a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the ground just moving slightly beneath her feet there, but she's negotiated it successfully. I'm sure will take plenty of momentum down that hill in towards the fan tent. And look at the gap now between her and second place. Here comes Alex Shipley, finally rounding the corner, closely followed by Tia Wilson giving chase.
Well, looks as if maybe Kate Willis is just slightly out of it there in the Birmingham University vest. The battle really on though for second, Shipley against Wilson. Morley has this in the bag and we'll have another international cross country to look forward to, maybe even a third if she makes the team for the World Athletics Cross Country Championships. That's in March. Still a way to go until the selection for that is made, and she's put herself in a fine position with that performance at the European Cross Country Championships, which is one of the criteria for selection. But Bethan Morley here at the Open Women's 4 kilometres, and they're sending her back round again. I don't think that's quite right, because they're a bit unsure here how long each lap is. Well, she's ran less than 10 minutes and they're going again. Well, it did look on the top right-hand section of the course, they didn't do the full right-hand loop. I think they cut around just where the little hairpin is. And Bethan Morley, who was striding for home, well, she looked as if she thought it should be game, set and match, but she's having to go again. Well, you really have to head to the hurt locker for this one now, don't you? Just noticing that Kate Willis from Birmingham University stepped off the course as well, and you can just see her crossing back under the tape. Maybe she was confused as well there for Birmingham University. That's Holly Weedall just going around for her third lap.
Yeah, a lot of confusion here then for these athletes as they're coming through. But wow, is our leader now, Bethan Morley, really having to rally herself as she looks to continue on in this race, really put herself on the line, put everything into this event now so that she can hold on and keep that spot for the World University's cross country.
Well, I suspect they're going to run around about 5.5k here, because the 3 kilometres that the under-13s ran in the 2 races before this, and there's just a finger in the air saying how many more laps have we got. Obviously there's been a slight error, we think, here, which has seen them miss out the back end of the course on the right hand side of the map in the top right of the screen. So they have missed around about 1 kilometre of running, we think.
Yeah, it looks to be that these athletes are now going to have to move straight up rather than heading round, which they would have originally been expecting to do that additional slight loop to the right hand side of the course map. Bethan Morley looking pretty tired now, but rallying herself really well to hold on to that gap that she's created between her and Alex Shipley as she comes through back along that top line of the course now.
Well, she is really digging deep. You can just see the stride that she had, you know, a whole lap ago. Well, is now just starting to go to a slight step, and Bethan Morley wouldn't have been expecting to run another lap, but here we are.
She's doing a fantastic job of rallying and making sure that she holds that intensity and that work rate as she comes through. Very difficult, of course, after having expected to be running maybe a slightly less distance throughout this event, but a fantastic job by her nonetheless. She rounds this corner now once again, hopefully for the final time this time, as she heads down around the hairpin and in back towards the fan tent. You'll have an eye on the finish line. It is still Bethan Morley in the Loughborough colours though as she comes through the fan tent for the final time.
Well, we're just being told that this is still going to be 4K, but they weren't quite sure that it was going to be 3 laps, so they ran slightly shorter, and they will be coming through for the finish now. So a bit of confusion early on, and Bethan Morley, a look over her left shoulder, she will not see anybody because she is so far ahead. This has been a real dominant display and a tough finish mentally when you think you're coming through to the line but being told you're going again, to have dug deep and get through the line here. All of the clarifications has really been cleared up now, but Bethan Morley, a fantastic win at the London International Cross Country here. The British Cross Challenge 4K goes to Bethan Morley in the colours of Loughborough. She books her place on the plane to the World University Cross Country Champs. Some of the athletes around about 10th and 12th, just waiting to see those come across the line. And this is Tia Wilson, and it's going to be a Loughborough 1-2.
Wilson looking very strong, almost bouncy as she comes through now into the final straight. Daylight now between her and third place. This spot on the plane is hers. The battle was, of course, ensuing in the previous laps. They were very, very close together, but Tia Wilson looking brilliantly strong to take that second qualification place for the World Universities Cross Country.
Well, just looking to see where Alex Shipley is. She's down at about 6th, fighting to come through. They're just going ahead of her now, Zoe Hunter of the University of Birmingham. It was a great run as well from Danny Chatterton to take 3rd, but Bethan Morley.
In your progress this season, it's awesome. Setting you up for the summer, I would hope. What are you looking forward to in the summer this year?
Just doing as many races, running as fast as possible, really.
So are we talking a fast 1500?
Yeah, a bit of everything, 8s, 15s, try a 3K, yeah, just kind of see how it goes.
And so now we have the World Student Games.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, that's the plan, so that's pretty much it for winter, so yeah.
Look, fantastically well done today, superb run, completely 100% enjoyed that run today, superbly strong. Best of luck for the rest of the winter.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Short time for the third one, and because I sprang along the straight on the second lap, and then was like, oh my god.
Well, let's just cover the elephant in the room, because I'll be honest, we were stood here expecting you to come in after 2 laps, and then of course the marshal sent you out for a 3rd one. How did you deal with that yourself mentally when you found that out?
When I first found out, I was like, oh my god, and kind of wanted to cry, but I kept focused and carried on basically.
And I've had to say congratulations, you are now in the team for the World Student Cross.
Yeah, I'm really happy, and I get to go with Beth, which is really good, so we're both from Loughborough, so it's really cool.
Are you part of Bill's group as well?
Yeah, Bill, yeah.
So let's give a bit of a coach appreciation. What do you want to say to Bill about today?
Thanks for being such a patient and great coach.
Oh, those are great words, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am too fat, I'm not going to come on way.
So next up then, it's the under 15 boys 4 kilometres. And good field entered for this one. Some athletes looking to get amongst their best positions at a cross challenge series. We have 45 athletes entered for this race, 4 kilometres. Well, after the confusion with the senior women's 4K, we're still waiting for a bit of clarification around how many laps they'll be running. As you just heard from Tia Wilson then, she thought she was going to cry as she went around for an unexpected third lap. It's all good fun though. These things do happen occasionally. Marshals and officials doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and how brilliantly did the athletes do to get themselves going again for an extra lap? That can't have been easy at all, but great performances nonetheless. And Beth Morley and Tia Wilson booking their place for the World Universities cross country. So 4 kilometres again for this race. The under 15 boys is of course the part of the 4th leg of the cross challenge in London. It's Parliament Hill. The boys lining up now to take on that iconic hill, and they are underway. 45 boys in this event.
Well, away they go. You can see those vertical stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in there. Somewhere near the front here we have Roman Gambling, the St Edmund Pacers vest. Ethan Skipwith as well, just on the inside in that red vest.
Yeah, we can see the boys coming through, lining up now, coming around the left-hand turn and along the top of the track. We'll have the London skyline in the background of this race, and what a fantastic venue it is for these under 15 boys.
Well, you might have just caught a glimpse of Evan Grime, the Salford Harrier 164, just along the front there, and he had a great run at Liverpool. All those age records he set last summer, a distant memory now, having to set new records and new standards for 2024. Skipwith just shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, plenty of athletes coming through, all quite bunched up in these very early stages.
I'm sure you had the pleasure of running here before. What sort of advice would you give to the athletes running today on this course?
I think you've just got to really attack the different terrain, obviously pace it well because the start's uphill, and yeah, enjoy it, get fierce.
Well, I certainly remember that your running style was very much, I'm going to the front, stay with me for as long as you can, if you can't stay with me I'm going to win. So is that what you're saying?
Yeah, why not?
And Louise, what would be your words of advice today for these young people and athletes running what I can see as being quite a difficult course?
Yeah, I think it's deceptively tough, Parley Hill, isn't it? So start strong, obviously, get yourself into a good position, then maybe try and settle in a little bit, and then a good strong finish down the hill.
Now, let's be honest, both of you, National Cross, European Cross, World Cross, give just one bit of advice in training that you would give to younger athletes today for cross country. Starting with you, Louise.
I think training on the terrain, so really varying the terrain that you train on, so maybe not always training on the track, training on some obviously some hills and some softer terrain as well is a really good, so a good mix I think in training.
And Liz, how do you feel about that?
I think patience is key, like layering up your training year after year and doing a real mix of different paces in training.
Lovely. Okay, and so here we are, you know, were once GB athletes. What do GB athletes do once they retire from being GB athletes, Louise? What do you do now?
Well, I've always had a dual career, actually, so I taught alongside running, so I've just now doing more teaching. I've now got 2 small children as well that keep me very busy, so I still try and run where I can. That's the most relaxing part of my day, to be honest now.
Okay, so you get your fresh air time.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
And Liz, how about you? I know you keep very busy, so what are you up to?
So I still run a little bit just to tick over and keep up with my kids. I coach and I'm an interior designer, and what else do I do? I am a taxi service for all my children and their activities.
Now you say you do a bit of running. I know because you went out to the World Road Champs, didn't you? And I heard a rumour that you took a few people out for a little bit of a run and they had some issues keeping up with you. So I think you're doing a little bit more than a little bit of running. Is that fair?
Oh, they're just moaning because I was going too quick for them.
Okay, and just one bit of advice, because obviously, look, here we are, you've both got children. Any future GB stars amongst your family?
I've got 2 boys who just came 2nd and 6th in the under-11s county champs, so they've definitely got a running gene. Whether they go on to do anything with it, we'll see.
And Louise, how about you?
Yeah, my little boy's 3, so he's certainly got some endurance, I know that much. And my daughter's only 3 months, so she hasn't found her legs yet, but she's getting her first taste of cross country here today, so.
Well, look, thank you very much, because it's a pleasure to see you both, because, I mean, obviously, for my time, I've seen you run some fantastic races. I'm a fan. So, look, enjoy the rest of the day, keep warm, and if anyone's watching this, say thank you for the ladies turning up and answering these questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from some GB stars gone by, Liz Yelling and Louise Damon. Fantastic runners in their day, and by all accounts still keeping up with their kids as well. So we have Joe Skeins at the front in the black strip of Blackheath and Bromley, distinctive, and Evan Grime just on his shoulder too.
Yeah, not a big gap between those two and the rest of the field, but Skeins, of course, a very strong cross-country runner, the Kent County champion from just a few weeks ago, a 4-minute 1500 metre runner, so we'll be looking to dip underneath that barrier in the coming summer months, which seem a very, very long way away indeed.
Well, Joe Skeins, part of the Blackheath and Bromley pair that got gold and silver at the England age group champs at Birmingham in the summer. Over 3,000 metres, both coached by Paul Ostrich. And he's looking very, very good at the moment.
Yeah, yet another athlete we've seen on that incline starting to make a break and put some distance between themselves and second place.
Well, they will be doing 3 of these slightly shorter laps. And Evan Grime looking good in second at the moment as well.
Yeah, of course, Evan Grime slightly faster on paper, over 1500 metre distance, a 3:54 runner. He's run 4:01 indoors already this year. He was, of course, very, very strong back in Liverpool in November. He's won the mini marathon, so a great career so far. He's only an under 15, of course, but illustrious achievements already for Evan Grime, the Salford Harriers athlete.
Well, both of these athletes have ran park runs this year. Evan Grime 15:50 and Skeins at 15:15, so just a bit more endurance capacity it seems at the moment, and Joe Skeins is showing that here at Parliament Hill on the second lap in front as part of this under 15 boys 4 kilometres, and he doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. If you need that endurance capacity anywhere, it is the home, the historic home, I should say, of British cross-country running, Parliament Hill. And how strong does Joe Skeins look as he powers down along the top yet again of that course? He is on his second lap, moving on to lap 3 very shortly.
Well, he was 9th at the National Cross at Bolesworth Castle almost 12 months ago. Joe Skeins, and has clearly matured, as all young athletes do, and starting to really build this season, almost just hopping and stepping between the mud.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed, almost floating over that claggy, sticky area at the top of that very sharp turn. He'll be using the downhill now for some momentum as he comes through the fan tent, which we hope to see packed out later on for the senior races.
Firmer on this bar as they come through the tent.
Yeah, I'm sure that provides great relief for these athletes as they come through. The last thing you want on tired legs is coming down a decline on some very slippy ground indeed. It's an extra thing for you to battle, so that firm ground doing them some favours at the moment.
Well, he'll have some work cut out, Joe Skeins, to keep those spikes clean after this final lap. Just pitter-pattering his way round the bend, and he will see at this point just how far ahead he is. We'll start to get some splits as well.
9:09 through the first 2 laps for Joe Skeins. As he comes around that hairpin turn, you can see just how much the athletes have to brake as they come round. You can see that muddy line, a slip from Evan Grime as he comes through, and again from 3rd place.
Archie Lane, that is, in 3rd from Levington.
So some very challenging ground indeed, and that hairpin just really breaking up the rhythm, which is really challenging for these athletes.
Hugo Berry in the brown strip of Sedbergh School, known for their rugby prowess and sporting prowess. On this 3rd shorter lap then.
See Joe Skeins climbing yet again up that hill in the bottom right hand of your screen. Sorry, he's working very hard now. Pace has dropped slightly as he comes up that incline, but I'm sure it will pick up again very shortly as the course plateaus along that top end.
Oh, this is the tough part, isn't it? Got through most of it, but you're just having to get through the final push of uphill work before you twist and start to use the downhill to carry you home.
Yeah, a really tough part of the course, especially as that fatigue will well and truly have set in for these athletes. Legs will be burning by now. There is very little respite on this course at all as they come through.
I just saw somebody's dash hound running across the course and almost tripping up some of the guys in 20th and around about that position at the moment. Marshall just there to direct him in the correct path. Grime just building a bit of pace and distance.
Yeah, we can see on the splits taken at the hairpin, Grime 18 seconds behind Joe Skeins, who came through in 9:09 for his final lap. I'm sure he'll be looking to wind the pace up now as he comes around, and we can see by the mud coming up on the inside of his legs there that this course is starting to get slippy, but it's not that splashy mud. It's really challenging, claggy mud that will stick to your shoes and make them very heavy indeed.
Well, Skeins looking really cool. He's looking calm, and he is absolutely on course to take the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get much smoother running than that as he comes down this very challenging hill yet again. He'll be coming through into that very challenging hairpin turn very shortly. And here he comes down. We'll get another idea of just how far ahead Joe Skeins is from the rest of the field.
And here is Evan Grime, who's trailing around about 9 seconds at the moment.
That gap has closed slightly then, but is there enough of this course left for Grime to close that anymore? I should think probably not enough time for him to close and take the lead, but we shall see. This is still unfolding Skeins coming through the fan tent for the final time now.
Well, Skeins no stranger to Parliament Hill. Ran here at the National 2 years ago as an under 15 and came 12th. He's obviously come on leaps and bounds since. And Joe Skeins of Blackheath and Bromley looking good. I just wonder whether he'll set his sights on the cross challenge final, whether he'll fancy his chances at the National in around about a month's time. So many different options to young athletes in the calendar at this time of year, but Joe Skeins of Blackheath and Bromley, a dominant display here at Parliament Hill and a fantastic win for that young man.
Yeah, the arms go out in celebration as he takes the tape to win here at Parliament Hill. It is Evan Grime in second, just behind him.
Archie Lane just off his shoulder, couldn't quite pick up enough of a sprint, but that is a fantastic run from the young Leamington athlete. Great performance. And Hugo Berry of Sedbergh sprinting all the way through the line. That is, again, another fantastic performance from him.
Yeah, Samuel Collins of Reconcile Valley coming across the line now to round off his race in 5th position.
Next up for you, in around about 6 minutes time, it is the under 15 girls 4 kilometres, so another 3 laps, same as this one. Plenty to come throughout the day because we've progressed to our first long senior race, the senior women's 10k, in around about 25 minutes time, after which we'll get to hear from British athletics cross-country legends Wendy Sly and Dave Klein.
Yeah, not long at all now until the senior women go off, which is our first race of the day, with a spot up for grabs for the World Cross Country Championship. So make sure you stay tuned in for that one. It's going to be very exciting indeed.
So this, as we mentioned, is what's to come. We've got the under 15 girls up for you in just a couple of minutes, then we move into the senior women's 10 kilometres, our first race which features the team competition with the home countries. We've got teams from the Midlands, the north of England, the south as well, competing against England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and then move to the senior men's. Even distances for both the senior men and women here as well. Here's the results from the under 15 boys. Joe Skeins, a convincing winner, just managed to stretch the lead in the final few hundred metres as well. 12 seconds ahead of young Salford Harrier Evan Grime, and then from Leamington Cycling and Athletics Club, Archie Lane, 13 minutes 55 seconds for him. Hugo Berry of Sedbergh School up in 4th. Well, 39 entrants for the under 15 girls 4 kilometres. They'll be doing 3 laps and starting up the hill.
At the same course we have seen in the previous races up next for these under 15 girls, so it will be starting to get a little bit churned up now. I'm sure those spikes will be providing some much needed grip around the course. It is very challenging indeed in some of these parts.
You can just see the breeze already knocking on the shoulders of these athletes.
Yeah, slightly warmer than it has been in previous days, of course, but still very cold with wind chill down at Parliament Hill. About 3 degrees the feels like temperature was earlier on this morning, and I'm sure it's not much warmer now, so these athletes won't be wanting to strip down to their race kit too early. Olivia Forrest, of course, goes in this race, a huge figure in under 15 girls at the moment. She's unbeaten in the cross challenge series, so we'll be looking to add to that today. Very successful season for her so far.
Yeah, the 2 Forrest sisters just closest to the camera in the blue of Brentwood Beagles. And now they are called to the line, ready for the gun. And away they go.
And girls are now tearing up that iconic hill with the London skyline in the background. This is the under 15 girls, and you can see them starting to converge to the right hand side of your screen as they come up that hill, which I'm sure is one way to make the legs burn at the start of a race.
Parents and spectators, coaches and team members watching the start and then making their way up the hill as well to follow the foot traffic. Powering up the hill already.
These girls staying nicely bunched together so far in these very, very early stages. Olivia Forrest, of course, sat at the front of that pack alongside her. Ella Rose Whitworth as well, another athlete to keep an eye on in this race, and very successful juniors already in their very early careers.
Grace Igo of Rotherham in the black on the outside and those green socks as well. Georgia March just on the outside, number 220. Just meandering their way through the early parts of this course.
Yeah, no early breakaways just yet, but there is plenty of time for this race to unfold. Olivia Forrest sat nicely at the front. She knows how to run these cross challenges well and how to run them, needless to say, very successfully. And she will sit and she'll be very comfortable there and just turn the screw gradually as this race unfolds.
Well, they'll make their way under the fan tent for the first time. A few people under there, I'm sure, getting a bit of a break from the wind.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be long until the crowds flock over there to make what we hope to be an electric wall of noise. It's been publicised as for the senior races, of course, the World Trials as part of that race.
Well, straight from the gun, Forrest tore away, and she is at the head of the field at the moment, just closely supported by Georgia March.
Yeah, these 3 girls moving away nicely. It looks to be the 2 girls running shoulder to shoulder, and a slight gap behind for Ella Rose Whitworth, who's holding on to 3rd place at the minute. I'm sure will be wanting to work with these 2 at the front to keep their top 3 positions far and away from the rest of the field. These three still led out, of course, by Olivia Forrest. Very experienced, looking extremely calm and collected as they round that corner. Behind the trees, an opportunity, of course, to see where the rest of the field lies. Those girls will be very aware of how close they are to one another.
Well, this is another part of the course which has got a real tight turn and start to work their way along the top of the heath and head back down towards the conclusion of their first lap.
That bunch of three now strings out into a train of athletes as they negotiate that back end of the course.
It's really tough. You can just see already the stride length shortening a bit. You need to dig those feet into the ground a bit harder just to propel yourself forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interesting to watch the athletes change their form and technique depending on what part of the course they are. But Olivia Forrest is starting to move clear now.
It's been a good opening 800 metres or so for Olivia Forrest. Whitworth is there and maybe just starting to come past Georgia March now. We've seen all three of these athletes on so many occasions across the cross-country live streams in the last few years. This is a chance to build up a bit of speed and take a breather, but it is really tough to go downhill at speed on the quads, tough on the knees. You need to do it with control, not just let your limbs fly out in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see in the bottom right hand of the screen a couple of arms just going out for some balance as the athletes come down. Using that momentum, of course, they don't want to disuse that. It's very important to help them keep themselves going, minimise their fatigue as they come down, but too much of that momentum in an uncontrolled manner will unfortunately lead to slips and potentially even falls as they come down the hill.
Whitworth up into second then, almost in touching distance of Forrest. He will get a chance in just a second as they come around the hairpin bend to conclude lap one. Just how far behind everyone else is. So a few people get a bit challenged by the terrain on this section. March there just taking the inside line and almost slipping. There's Igo, really drifting wide. You can lose so many metres so quickly.
Yeah, really interesting to see just how important that hairpin turn is and navigating it successfully. Excuse me there. It is getting very churned up there, so hitting it at too much speed could be quite detrimental to the athletes, forcing them out wide. So this slowing down to get round successfully seems to be the way to go at the moment. Don't want to lose too much momentum and break up the rhythm too much though, so a happy medium needs to be found for these athletes.
Well, if Olivia Forrest can hold on at the front here, she'll be well rewarded with another bit of prize money for her fourth consecutive win in the cross challenge, and absolutely expect to see her at Wollaston Park in around 6 weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Forrest will be looking to complete the set this season unbeaten over the cross challenge series this year. It's quite an achievement.
She did so many races last year and so many medals as well. Looking to pick some more up this season, I am sure. She is the reigning champion and will be looking to take more titles throughout the year. A fourth 12 months ago for Olivia Forrest at the National at Bolesworth Castle. We'll be looking for more this time, and a fourth as well at the Inter-County Champs and Cross Challenge final in March last year. So on current form, looks to get a clean sweep of this cross-country season, but still plenty of work to do.
Forest still looking to be off and away, but second and third definitely up for grabs between Whitworth and March as they ran that corner behind the trees now.
Well, it's steady now. This is the hard part, really. Knowing that you're just over halfway round this race and still have plenty of work to do. Posture and the shoulders just reaching forward a bit now for Forest, trying to dig up that hill.
Yeah, absolutely. A long way to go yet. A long way done and a long way to go. It's a really challenging part of the race, as Scott said, especially when you are out running on your own. Of course, Forest needing to continue to dig deep to ensure that gap isn't closed at all.
Well, I'm interested to see what she'll focus on the track this summer, Olivia Forrest. She won the English title over the 3,000 metres at Birmingham last summer as well, so got plenty of range. Ran a 10k on New Year's Day as well. Seen her run over 3,000 metres indoors a couple of weeks ago, so she's keeping her calendar and schedule busy at the moment.
Absolutely, and that is one way to make sure that your race fitness is topped up to the max, and you can see the gap between her in second and third place as they come down the hill now in towards that fan tent once again. Olivia Forrest now striding round the corner, back into that very firm ground as she comes towards that finish straight. Very strong indeed, very relaxed as she slows down, navigates that hairpin. No need to panic for her as she comes around. She can now see just the distance between her and second and third place. On your screen to the left hand side, the splits will be appearing. 10:30 round through that lap for Olivia Forrest. It won't be long. There we go, 10 seconds between her and second and third place of Ella Rose Whitworth and Georgia March.
Another 9 seconds back for Grace Igo. So that's the top four. Turner is there as well, starting to work their way back up the hill for this final lap. But get after this, we have the senior women's 10 kilometres. Big field for that one, quality field. We'll talk about them a little bit more as well when we get to the race. But so far this has all been about Olivia Forrest.
Yeah, absolutely. Olivia Forrest off and away, 10 seconds the gap at the last checkpoint. It'll be interesting to see how much that changes following the conclusion at the last lap of this race. Ella Rose Whitworth and Georgia March, of course, battling it out for second and third positions. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top there.
Looks like she's managed to regather herself here, Olivia Forrest. Difficult to see an athlete just stepping off the course. Sometimes it's not to be.
Always a shame, but hopefully she will be okay. Well wishes to her, of course. Two girls back in second and third place, Georgia March and Ella, of course, 4:35 and 4:37 for 1500 metre times. These athletes both very talented on the track indeed. Ella Rose Whitworth winning her county championships at the start of January, a great way to kick off 2024.
real slog as they go up this section, but for Olivia Forrest, she'll know it's the final time she has to do it. Very impressive running. Interesting to see on the start line her and her sister Isabel, younger sister Isabel, just having one pink and one luminous yellow sock each. I'm not sure what colour you call it, but yellow sock. So can't miss them in their Brentwood Beagles kit, very distinctive, and of course those socks as well.
Absolutely becoming a staple of the cross-country scene. Here she comes now, Olivia Forrest rounding this top very tight corner before heading down the hill. You can see her foot placement there, just a little bit unnatural, maybe due to slight fatigue as well as the challenging ground as she now navigates the downhill section in towards the 10th.
Well, she's looked so good. A really quality run once again from Olivia Forrest.
Whitworth and March looking still very evenly matched as they round the corner and come down the hill towards the fan tent now in second and third positions. Could be a very, very close and exciting finish indeed between those two athletes.
Somebody on their chair getting their socks put on in the background as Olivia Forrest strides for home. Now into the home straight, starts to open that stride once again. And Forrest, who has been so composed throughout this whole race, took it on early, stretched it out early. She didn't need to do that. She could have settled in for a bit of support, but she is all about winning this cross challenge race in London in fine style. And Olivia Forrest once again takes the plaudits, this time at Parliament Hill.
A fantastically strong finish now from Georgia March as she comes through to take second place. Ella Rose Whitworth in third. Fantastic sprint indeed. And a fantastic achievement to match to take second place here at Parliament Hill.
Quality battle between those two that have learnt a lot. And Grace Igo all the way from Rotherham, fighting it out for a fine fourth here today.
Absolutely, some brilliant racing on display indeed in this under 15 girls 4 kilometre cross country. Some very strong performances and a fantastically dominant run from Olivia Forrest.
Well, we only have a few minutes to go until we move over to the senior women's 10 kilometres. But a fantastic race here in the under 15 girls 4K. Start to see the full course used now for the women's 10K. A little bit of an extra loop that we have towards the right of the map.
Absolutely, and it could be a fantastically exciting race to come in this women's 10K.
You must be a bit cold up there.
And there we have the start line for the senior women's 10 kilometres at the bottom of that iconic hill. This race, of course, the first team race of the day, the Home Countries International, the area match, and of course the World Trial, all incorporated into this 10-kilometre cross-country round Parliament Hill.
They look surprisingly happy there. A few waves towards the camera, which is always good to see. University of Birmingham vest there. Loughborough and those Midlands vests as well, the white with the green hoop. We just flashed past Abby Donnelly, who's a late entrant for this one. Good to see her on the start line. Sarah Aston, the reigning national cross-country champion. Here's the results from the under-15 girls.
16-second gap there between Olivia Forrest and Georgia March. See an impressive 5 seconds put between Georgia March and Ella Rose Whitworth, who were so close stride for stride throughout that race. So a fantastic finish put in by Georgia March to increase that distance between those two. Grace Igo in fourth, of course. Sounds of London calling booming through the venue now to signal the moments just before this race gets underway. The athletes called forward. And underway now for the senior women's 10 kilometres. So as previously mentioned, this race does include the area match between the North, South, Midlands and the East of England. It's the Home Countries International between Northern Ireland, Wales, England and Scotland. It is doubling up as well on top of this as the World Trials for the World Cross Country. So the winner takes an automatic spot there, and in addition to this, for the long course of the BUCS, it's the long course trials for the BUCS team to go to the World Universities cross country as well. So a jam-packed race up ahead in this 10k. And in the top left hand of your screen, we can see the presentation now for those under 15 girls in the race that they've just negotiated very successfully. Olivia Forrest just collecting her gold medal in her envelope, which I'm sure she'll be very grateful to receive. So the senior women are snaking their way up along that hill and now across the top of the track. That left-hand turn already been successfully ticked off as they head into their first full lap of this 10k. All bunched together nicely in these very early stages. No breakaway just yet, and of course no need for that with such a long distance yet to run. So a lot of these athletes, of course, they're by rights. So currently leading us through at the very front of this large pack, coming to the left of that race line was Amelia Quirk, number 330, wearing the Team England vest.
Just given there, just at the front in the Reading vests. Such a strong athlete over cross-country, former national cross-country champion as well.
Plenty of big hitters in this race indeed. A lot of these women have some very successful cross-country history behind them, and I'm sure they'll be looking to replicate that today, especially with the prizes up for grabs for some very strong performances.
Well, steady at the minute. Abby Donnelly there in the black headband in around about 4th or 5th. Those long sleeves on underneath as well. Fresh off the back of running at Valencia in the 10k last weekend. Fancied another run out here. Maybe not happy with that performance, not quite sure, but solid running 31.55 there. This is the first time we've ran on this part of the course as well. This is, as you can see in the map in the top right of the screen. And this is another downhill stretch before they work their way back uphill. Tough bend to contend with. Lauren McNeil in the yellow there of Northern Ireland, just at the front.
McNeil leading us out, currently followed by Jess Gibbon and Amelia Quirk in those top 3 so far. Abby Donnelly just behind her, so really stacked in this starting lineup. And we can see, as Scott mentioned, this part of the course not being run on yet, very clean still, not churned up at all. So hopefully we'll stay that way for at least a few more laps of this course for these ladies. The first Scottish athlete leading us through for that team, number 336 Scout Adkin on the far left of your screen.
Well, we didn't see too much of Jess Gibbon last year, but it is really great to see her back at the front of the pack. Last big race for her really was at the end of 2022, the European Cross Country Championships. 2022, of course, was the year she won the national here at Parliament Hill. I wonder whether that's playing in her mind. She knows the course so well, although different course, of course, because this is a 2-kilometre loop we're working around here.
Yeah, I'm sure those fond memories definitely in at least the back of her mind as she races round. Can often help when you know you've raced well somewhere before, can help you race well again. There, sort of athletes often form preferences to specific venues due to fond memories there, so hopefully a good way for Neve Brown to get into this race and really put on a good show today. Still being led out at the minute by Lauren McNeil, all nice and relaxed though as we come through. Abby Donnelly sat in 2nd, Amelia Quirk in 3rd. Jess Gibbons sat in 4th now. We're maybe starting to string out just a little bit. Still everyone within touching distance, but slightly less bunched together than we saw just a few moments ago.
Jess Gibbon, of course, the winner of the Cross Challenge Series back in 2022 as well. Sarah Astin there, just in about 10th or so at the minute, so keeping in the mix-up.
Yeah, absolutely, and we could see just how much those athletes put the brakes on to come round and down that corner where the mud really is starting to thicken up there. It's becoming a very challenging part of the course to negotiate, and we hope to see no falls or slips of too much significance there throughout the day. A lot of athletes in this race, of course, by selection. A team event for the England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and of course the area teams as well. Midlands, East of England, South and North.
So cold the dogs need a jacket today. Well, McNeil is at the front, Amelia Quirk is there. Given, of course, Donnelly just packing in at the minute. Also got Bridson Hubbard. Just having to pitter-patter and tiptoe around this tight curve. Just wonder whether as you get through the day they might end up moving the barrier out slightly if it gets too bad, but we wait and see.
Yeah, as you said, that's got a nice slip from one of the athletes, just showing how challenging that already is in the first lap of this event. Of course, several races have gone before it. You can see on your screen just how close those top 5 athletes are at the moment, all within a second of each other as they come through that first checkpoint just before the hairpin turn. Another slip there from one of the Midlands athletes, showing just how treacherous that area is becoming.
Donnelly now just getting up on the shoulder of McNeil. Neve Brown in the red and blue in 4th. Donnelly now just starting to stretch things out. Here are the current team splits as well. England currently leading. There's 4 per team, but only the top 3 scores. So for England at the minute, Amelia Quirk, Neve Bridson Hubbard and Ellie Wallace making up the top 3. So good at the moment from England, looking strong. 2 within the top 5 at the minute.
Yeah, fantastic to see those top athletes being together in such a concentrated format. Really the way to win the team competition, get those points nice and close together. It is still McNeil at the front. Donnelly just pushing the pace, putting some pressure on her slightly and coming out of those from behind those trees just ahead. Quirk sat in just behind Donnelly.
Well, Quirk is always there or thereabouts, 6th at Liverpool and 14th at the European Cross Country Championship. She sits nicely in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be looking to do all she can to stay within touching distance of that first place finish. Of course, the winner of the Cross Challenge here today, guaranteeing their spot on the plane for Belgrade at the end of March, the World Cross Country Championships. Quirk moving into 2nd place now, McNeil into 3rd. But it's still Abby Donnelly leading us through, looking very relaxed. These 3 have broken away slightly. Neve Brown in 4th. Neve Bridson Hubbard in 6th. 5th, sorry, my apologies.
McNeil charging in 3rd, digging deep. Brown is there, Bridson Hubbard as well. Tricky section of the course. Chuntering their way through all the leaves towards the top of the hill, and Donnelly now in front by over 10 metres. Quirk has tried to go with her and latch onto the back. I'm sure Amelia Quirk will be looking for another place on the World Cross Country team. She's 25th in Bathurst almost 12 months ago. Abby Donnelly, of course, a fantastic few years. She's really built into her running. Picked up that bronze at the Eurocross just last month. God, that feels about 5 years ago, doesn't it?
It really does. A lifetime ago almost, over in Brussels, on what was also a very challenging course indeed. I'm sure standing her in very good stead for Parliament Hill, where there is very, very little respite over this course. Very undulating. The ground a lot firmer than it was back in Brussels, but very difficult nonetheless.
Donnelly looking really smooth here to turn up just a week after the Valencia 10K. You know, sub 32-minute run is a fantastic effort, and to have just completely split the field this early on is very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. She's looking so strong and so smooth as she rounds that corner, slowing down slightly to negotiate the slight dip in terrain as well as the mud, and heading down, arms out. You can see on the far right of your screen for balance as she comes down that hill. Amelia Quirk doing something very similar, but the distance she's put between her and Quirk in such early stages is very impressive.
Plenty of athletes still in the mix. Number of places up for grabs as well for the World University Cross Country Champs.
Of course, this top 2 eligible athletes to finish in this will take their place for the long course at the World Universities Cross Country.
Really great to see Abby Donnelly here. She just gallops across the field, doesn't she?
Yeah, almost floating across the mud, tiptoeing across it like it's not even there, making it absolutely light work as she rounds that hairpin turn and starts to put the burners on yet again.
Donnelly, she never really looks to me like stressed. She never gives the impression of stress. And here's the top 3 as it stands. Quirk just ahead of Laura McNeil, Donnelly out in front, Bridson Hubbard in 4th, another Neve, but the Brown in 5th. And that's our top 5 at the moment.
Absolutely, we've got our leader off and away, Abby Donnelly so far. Top 2, Amelia Quirk and Lauren McNeil, with some daylight then between them and those giving chase for the top 3 spots in this London International. You can see spectators now starting to head towards that fan tent to hopefully create some noise as the athletes come through there and really make it loud and exciting in the atmosphere, which I'm hearing is absolutely fantastic down on the course.
Just interesting to see all the different tactics for coming in to this bend at the end of the lap.
Absolutely, it can be a crucial tactic to get right as well. If you take the wrong line, you can slip, lose some distance over your rival. It's really important.
Hurts as well if you land on your side in a accident like that. Well, England up 3 places. Says Amelia Quirk in first, or she is the first athlete in the home countries competition. Of course, Abby Donnelly on screen is leading at the moment. So England's 3, well ahead of the south of England. Got a great team put together there. Scotland in 3rd at the moment. Scout Adkin, such an accomplished bell runner, and she is currently the leading athlete for Scotland. Donnelly, though, absolutely storming here.
Great running, Lara, well done.
Yeah, looking so smooth, so relaxed as she comes through, making easy work of this course. And a shame to see there an athlete having to stop, pull out. Hopefully she's okay, looking as though she might have picked up a slight injury or niggle on this course. So fingers crossed, and hopefully she'll make a very swift recovery and can return to action shortly. 2nd and 3rd place there, though.
McNeil with the surge. She really is a menace up the hill. I can just see her every time she gets to a short, steep incline. She really does just turn the motors up a little bit. And Quirk fighting hard and looking good, shoulder to shoulder.
Absolutely.
They have the advantage of seeing Abby Donnelly out in front, and it is a tough old battle when you're on your own, having to climb up these hills. Those quiet words your mind just gives you to keep going, or try and ease off the pace if it starts to hurt.
Absolutely. A lot of athletes you'll speak to will tell you it's much easier to chase than be chased as they go through. So I'm sure Abby Donnelly will be potentially even using mind games with herself to talk herself through, keep putting on those afterburners, keep working hard and digging deep to hold that lead as she comes through.
That's good. You're about 20 seconds off the front. That's good running.
Great support all around the course, and obviously the unique nature of the route that Eamon Martin has put on enables everybody to capture glimpses of the athletes more than once as they come around for every lap. And so far, so good. The course is holding up absolutely superbly. A couple of weeks ago, with all the rain we'd had, this would have been barbaric, but thankfully the colder temperatures this week have really helped, and it's looking good, particularly this back part of the course, which hasn't been used until this race. And 19 minutes in, it is Abby Donnelly, the Lincoln Wellington athlete, who is putting on a show for the rest of the field.
Yeah, isn't she just looking so strong, especially on these drier parts of the course. You can hear the atmosphere as well down on the ground is really, really strong. You can hear cowbells ringing, a lot of people cheering and encouraging the athletes on as they come round. So brilliant to see such a spectator-friendly cross country.
Well, it's steady. 10k for the women here. Obviously something that's been hotly debated over the last few years, whether men and women should have equal distances in cross country. Decided that it shouldn't. Obviously here we have equal distance, but there is the option for the shorter open 4 kilometre, which was earlier on.
Yeah, we saw the women take on that open 4k and the BUCS trial earlier on today, and it was very exciting indeed. And what a brilliant option to have to start to facilitate that shorter option for some athletes. I'm sure a lot of people will be very inclined to take that option.
Well, really interesting that along this back section of the course, where there's a few more hills, Lauren McNeil has managed to break in front of Amelia Quirk in second, and she really does just motor along up the inclines. Donnelly strong in front. We've had a glimpse of the athletes making up the top 20 or 25, and we will get all the splits as they start to come through the conclusion of their third or fourth lap. I'm losing track now. Third lap. And they're about to start their fourth lap.
You can see Abby Donnelly slowing down quite significantly there as she rounds the hairpin, but getting a great look now at the gap between her and second place. 21.02 as she comes around that checkpoint. This will be her penultimate lap she's going into now, lap 4 for Abby Donnelly. Amelia Quirk coming around now, holding onto the tape to get a bit of grip. 16 seconds between Donnelly and McNeil. 22 between McNeil and Quirk. So a further 6 seconds back, sorry, is Amelia Quirk from Lauren McNeil.
Well, you just see the pack there, which is headed up by Nancy Scott of Scotland. She is in fourth at the moment. Neve Brown's amongst it, Ellie Wallace. Scout Adkin just dropping back into ninth now after that early start. Jess Gibbon as well, still going strongly in 13th. She'll be delighted if she can stay amongst the top 15 after a long time out of this sort of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see just how strong these athletes are as they power down this rather flat, slightly firmer part of the course until they reach this hairpin, which becomes, of course, very, very slippy. And we can see the speed they pick up, which they have to then try and use as successfully as they can to navigate and negotiate those hills. Katie Hughes there rounding the hairpin turn just ahead of fellow Midlands athlete, Birmingham University runner on her tail as well.
Just wonder what's going through the mind of Abby Donnelly here. Obviously a second hard run out in a week after the 10k at Valencia. So how is she feeling at this stage? Almost 7 kilometres in. At this point you'd usually be thinking about a sprint finish in a women's cross country. She's thinking about another 3k.
Yeah, normally The end is almost in sight by this stage, usually 8k the distance, of course. Women often contend with. That must feel a very long way indeed. Hopefully her time in Valencia last weekend has stood her in good stead and she's not feeling too tired. She's certainly not showing it. If she is, it'd be interesting to hear what tactics she employs herself to keep herself going when she's out on her own in such a way as she is. Lots of athletes taking on lots of different stances to convince themselves of working harder or when to ease off, etc. So she's doing a superb job today.
Well, it's a very isolated part of the course. But the good news is she's never too far from company and support. Back up the hill.
Yeah, definitely a huge bonus, huge positive of Eamon Martin's innovation in this cross country is that nature of which that she's never too far away from spectators. There's never anywhere that's too lonely for too long on this course, which is generating such a fantastic atmosphere we hear down at Parliament Hill.
Well, here's the latest standings, a slight change. England dropping one place, quirk from the first national athlete competing down into second, slips behind Lauren McNeil of Northern Ireland, or Northern Athletics rather. So England leading, Scotland second, South of England in third, Midlands just trailing down in 8th at the moment. All to play for, still a lap and a half or so to go.
Yeah, plenty of time for the Midlands counties to gain those extra couple of points between them and Wales. All it takes is a very strong sprint finish and a couple of athletes not too far away from you and in touching distance, and those standings could change somewhat.
Go on, Ellie.
There is McNeil. Just has that really fantastic ability to keep the cadence going, which when you're climbing those hills, the big long strides, it can feel like you're pulling a sleigh, but the shorter stride lengths just help you chip up the incline, and it's working well for McNeil at the moment.
Absolutely, knowing when to alter that stride length almost becomes second nature to an athlete of McNeil's calibre, and how strong she has been up those hills today, really playing into her wheelhouse. But Donnelly striding away down the back of this course now, unrelenting, I think is the way to describe this race from her.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch. There's lots of other athletes out on the course though that are going for their own best or their finest run.
Yeah, absolutely. So many strong performances. We could go through the entire start list. I'm sure they would all be having some fantastic races. The quality here today is so strong. But Donnelly now rounding that corner down the hill yet again for what I believe is the penultimate time now.
Well, we're starting to see a few more spectators as well, which is great. It's a breezy old day to come and stand out in a field, but it's a beautiful location, a chance to see the London skyline in the distance.
Yeah, you don't get much better than that, and the London skyline in the background in such a magnificent venue as Parliament Hill for such strong cross-country running. What a day it is, and what a place to have it.
Well, the team event, England in pole position really. There's another good dog that seems to be enjoying himself.
You can hear those cowbells that have been given to spectators around the course to help generate some more atmosphere as Donnelly rounds that hairpin, going into what I think is her 5th lap.
Yeah, this is the business end for Abby Donnelly. Lauren McNeil looks so good though, and just how much can she cheer herself on and start to charge forward? a real fighter, McNeil. And we have a new third placer in Phoebe Barker. Just a bit of change. And Barker really has worked her way up the field nicely. Quirk, can't quite see her. She's not come through on the splits in the top 7 either. So we hope all is well with Amelia Quirk. Neve Brown is there. Nancy Scott into 5th now. Fiona Everard just going past your screen. Jess Gibbon here in the Reading vest. Just trying to navigate her way round.
He's closely followed by Georgie Gurek. Lizzie James there of Eastern Counties coming around the hairpin.
Well, there is a lot happening in the background. As we say, I think maybe Amelia Quirk might have dropped out of this race because she's not in the top 15 and she was very close to McNeil. Can't quite see everything on the course, not all seeing, but it is McNeil in 2nd and Phoebe Barker for England leading the charge for them in the team competition.
Absolutely, hopefully all the best to Amelia Quirk. Hopefully nothing too serious there for her, but a fantastic run nonetheless from Abby Donnelly and Lauren McNeil. What fantastic performances we've seen from those two so far.
Well, starting to weave her way around the top end of the course, that sort of snaking loop to the right of the map. And Donnelly battling the wind, battling the conditions. It's still very cold. It feels like winter. We seem to avoid it for a little while, but it is now in full flow here.
Yeah, well and truly, and we can see that arm drive really coming in as Donnelly works her way up that incline at the back of the course, really working hard and using those arms to get her knees up and navigate that uphill successfully.
Well, a lot of great athletes entered into this lineup, but Abby Donnelly, it's fair to say, head and shoulders above the rest, would have fancied her chances to win this one. And you don't come third at the European Cross 6 weeks ago and not turn up to Parliament Hill and not expect to win. It's a smaller field, as we've mentioned already, but Abby Donnelly, who is still looking really strong here. Nice and consistent form, keeping ticking over, and just that yellow dot in the background you might have caught a glimpse of. Lauren McNeil, who is still fighting and still trying to close the gap or not let it stretch out.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant for her to keep an eye on Abby Donnelly, keep focused on the back of that vest and almost try and reel her in to keep that work rate high and keep hold of that 2nd place position. But Abby Donnelly, as you say, head and shoulders above the rest, commanding and unrelenting throughout this course at Parliament Hill.
Well, I wonder whether she has her ambitions set to the World Cross in March. There's obviously a lot to go before then. Don't expect to see Abby Donnelly indoors, but there's still time for her to decide on that. This is Lauren McNeil, though, looking really, really good. She just manages to keep on going. She's like a Duracell bunny.
She really is, and look at that short stride chopping up the hill, really just eating up the ground and getting through.
Well, we're looking at the team results here. It is missing England and the Midlands, and yeah, I just well, England may have had 2 dropouts, we're hearing, so looks like Amelia Quirk and another have left the race, which is obviously not good. I think Neve Bridson Hubbard may have dropped out as well, because we saw Phoebe Barker and Ellie Wallace. So unfortunately for England, doesn't look like they're going to have a complete team. They needed 3 to place. It was 4 per team, but 3 to place. So unfortunately for England, despite being in great position to take the team title, it is Scotland that now lead, with Scout Adkin their front runner for them.
Yeah, only 3 places between Scotland and the south of England, so I'm sure the south of England team will be looking to push on and hopefully close that gap. You can see Abby Donnelly there stretching down towards that fan tent once again. And here comes Lauren McNeil now, winding up. We can see the increase in her cadence as she rounds that corner now, heading down to the hill towards the tent and in towards the finish. You'll have half an eye on Abby Donnelly, still really using her to work and keep that rate high.
Well, just as Abby Donnelly went under the tent there, I think we saw Niamh Britton-Hubbard just getting some medical attention to the left-hand side of the picture. So I think that explains why England only down to 2 athletes or 2 potential finishers. But Abby Donnelly throwing the headband to the side. She knows that she's going to have the arms across the banner through the line. She wants that Athletics Weekly centre cover, I expect. But Abby Donnelly with a really controlled run to come and back up that fantastic performance in Valencia over the 10k on the road, to turn up here and dominate at Parliament Hill. She takes the win in the women's 10k at the London Cross Challenge. A big smile from Abby Donnelly. But how about this athlete as well, Lauren McNeil? What a fine run from her.
Yeah, what a day she's had. What a fantastic finish as well to top off a magnificent performance from Lauren McNeil as she heads in now to take the 2nd place behind the amazing Abby Donnelly.
Around about a 25-second lead from Abby Donnelly, and coming through nicely here is Niamh Brown, storming through to take 3rd. England's athletes striding in 2nd and in 4th and 5th rather, but unfortunately for them, I don't think they quite realise that they haven't got enough athletes to complete their team for the London International.
Yeah, a real shame for Team England there, but hopefully Amelia Quirk and excuse me, Niamh Britton-Hubbard are okay. Some fantastic finishes though from our Team England athletes. We saw them coming across the line very closely together there, sprinting, working to try and just nudge the other out of a slightly higher position.
And Jess Given coming through the line in 12th here. That is a really great run from her. Great to see the national cross-country champ from 2 years ago back racing, back in form. Just striding.
Talk us through what is being just an amazing season of cross-country running, and talk to us about that race today.
Thank you, yeah. That was a tough race today. I think with it being 5 laps, mentally you have to just sort of settle for a little bit. But it was a really good course actually. That hill never gets easier.
I mean, it just looked to me today as though you were just progressively just applying the pressure and just pushing on and just looking stronger as you went. What is the secret to being so strong at the moment?
I think just consistency. I think get out in the cold and the wet weather, yeah, day in, day out, and eventually you'll see the benefits of it.
And we're going to see you at the World Championships, the World Cross. I mean, that's just going to be amazing. You looking forward to that?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Belgrade, so I think the weather's not going to be too much warmer, but yeah, I can't wait for it.
Well, look, from me to you, that was just simply an amazing run today. You're having the best season. I wish you all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Just wait there.
Lauren, want to come on in? So Lauren, fantastic second place today. You look supremely strong out there. What was your thought process of the race
today?
Just kind of settle into it really and see how I go, and I felt good, so I pushed on. Yeah.
Because it's really quite interesting for me as a coach as well, watching the way you ran it. But you seem to apply your effort really evenly throughout the run.
I tried to. It didn't feel that way, but yeah.
And you know, looking at the course, because obviously you've got the senior men, others to come and race. What would be your tips on the course for them today?
I think it's just about getting through that third lap, then kind of get over that mental barrier, and then the last two kind of come a bit easier. Yeah.
And we potentially, I say potentially, have the prospect of you running at the World Cross, maybe.
Sorry?
You potentially got the opportunity of running at the World Cross.
Oh wow, yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, amazing opportunity.
Because Abby's qualified already. You're the next athlete in, so something for the selectors to think about.
Yeah, oh, that'd be great. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Okay, well, look, well done today. Obviously, we've got some presentations coming up. Please don't go too far. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, and in third place today, Steve Brown was, I mean, for me, watching that was amazing. He seemed to come through so strong towards the end.
And it's a much more fun way to run it rather than dying at the end, so yeah.
I mean, it was really close to third place, and you had to dig really deep for that final part, didn't you?
Yeah, it was quite nice that it was like several laps, because the last lap I was kind of like, it doesn't count, like obviously it does, but just go as hard as you can and try and I tried to pace my effort so that throughout the lap I was like accelerating, so I managed to just pick off Phoebe at the end, which I'm really happy with because I got third place, so yeah.
So, as regards your races and results and achievements, how would you rank that one amongst your achievements today?
Yeah, probably I'm definitely running the best I've ever run, probably. So I feel like every race is like a new best. So hopefully I keep moving forward, because yeah, it's a fun way to run it, isn't it?
And as a coach, I've got to do a name check. Who is your coach?
Tim Eglin.
So do you want to give him a shout out just now?
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Yeah.
Always be nice to coaches, that's my motto.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, hang around, we've got some presentations coming up.
Well, here on the left-hand side we have the team result from that senior women's race. Scotland taking the title.
Okay, can we have the first
the London International. Scout Adkin, the number one placer. Unfortunately for England, you don't see them on there. They had two athletes drop out. We do hope that Amelia Quirk and Neve Bridson Hubbard are okay. And the Midlands there coming through in seventh to round things up. But it's Scotland, south of England, and Northern Athletics. That fantastic performance from Lauren McNeil for the North. Well, we do have another race to come. It is the senior men's 10 kilometre. This is the individual results from the senior women though. Abby Donnelly taking the win. We heard from her, great to hear from her. She's a fantastic athlete in great form, which is what we like to see, and a big thank you to her for turning up at Parliament Hill this weekend.
Okay, so here we have
Lee Brown as well, saying she's in the best form she's ever been in, and definitely showed that here. Well, these the final 5 races we've got coming up. It's the senior men's 10k in just a couple of minutes. After that we go down to the under 20 and under 17 women's, and then the under 17 men's, then the under 20 men's, and we round things off with the open men's 4 kilometres, which includes the World Student Cross Country Trial. So plenty to come. This is the presentation though. Wendy Sly handing out the medals. Laura McDaniel with a bag of coffee and a medal as well.
The best winter of her life. Abby Donnelly, first place. Let's have it for Abby.
Big smile from Abby Donnelly.
Okay, ladies, let's stand next to them. So, obviously, we have proud coaches, proud parents, and proud onlookers who definitely want to get...
Well, senior men on the start line, getting ready to go. And some big names lining up for this. Will they all turn up? That is the big question we hope to see over the next couple of minutes. They've got a nervous wait on the start line. Places here up for grabs for the World University Cross Country and the World Cross Country Championships. James Kingston there in the cap, the reigning national cross country champ. Cambridge University Highgate Harriers on home patch, quite literally.
Next up then, the senior men.
In the north there, Hugo Milner, 5.25.
Who could forget his run back at the Liverpool Cross Challenge in November? Fantastic display, and also a very, very gutsy run from him indeed in the European cross country just a couple of weeks later.
Oh, we used to see him in a very clear derby vest, but he runs in the yellow of the north today. Much bigger field for this. Time caps on entries so that we could keep the course clear. There's 2 kilometre laps. We must be dreading this hill.
It's a very daunting thing to be stood at the bottom of that hill looking up at it, thinking, oh my gosh, what is to come? And these athletes will very, very shortly find out. It's a very tough hill to run. Iconic though it is, a historic home of British cross-country running. These athletes will navigate their way up this iconic hill. As they begin, they'll take a left along the track and then they'll head up Parliament Hill and round the course that Eamon Martin has devised for this London International as part of the British Cross Challenge series.
We have the pleasure now of having a bit of fun. Dave Clark, an absolute legend of the cross country. Me personally, as a young athlete growing up, very much enjoyed watching you racing, world cross, track, you name it. You to me were something of an inspiration. But I'm going to pass the mic over to Liz Yelling because she's got some questions she really wants to ask David today. There we go, Liz.
Well, back to get going, and here they are away. Some big names. Hugo Milner, he is one of them. He has certainly catapulted himself to the front of everyone's minds when it comes to cross country.
Absolutely, that display in Liverpool was unforgettable, I think, from him, and he did do superbly, a very gutsy run indeed in Brussels. Don't forget, of course, this race does include the home countries international. We've got England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and the areas, of course, Midland counties, East of England, North of England, and South of England, all competing as part of the home countries international match that is incorporated into this world trial. And you can see the very distinct figure in that golden yellow top of Hugo Milner leading us through. Next to him looks to be Mohammed, I believe.
I'm guessing cross-country made an integral part of your running career, and use that as a great...
Scott Sterling also in the mix of Scotland.
Other events?
Yeah, I suppose when I retired from running, my wife dragged me back and made me do triathlons and duathlons and other 2-day races. I sound really inspired by that, don't I? I loved running, actually, you know, just the freedom of getting out there and just cross country, especially. Track was hard work.
Yeah.
It's too short.
Yeah.
Right, so Dave, look, for me, you were immensely strong over the cross country. What was the main background secret for you as that world-class cross-country athlete that really set you up training-wise? What was your sort of training regime that youngsters today can perhaps aspire to? Maybe take some secrets from you as regards what worked for you.
I think the most important thing actually in improving is just consistency and not being injured. If you get injured, you're not training. So it's not about doing the mega sessions, it's about everything. I mean, my coach described it early on as a bit like a bank account. Every training session is putting money in the bank, the races take money out. If you overdo the training during the week and you go to the bank manager for the race, he may well tell you there's nothing left. So it's about being sensible. It's about having a good coach, and I think there are many brilliant club coaches who are doing a wonderful job with all their athletes. And the difficulty nowadays, I think, for our up-and-coming kids is not so much at schoolboy level or schoolgirl level, but once you leave the under-20s, if you're a distance runner, the jump to the international level is just so big, mainly because of the Africans. That we can cope with most of the Europeans, but the performance of the Africans now are, should we say, slightly difficult to believe, but they're doing them, so that's fine. We have to compete.
So I have to ask you this, because I always have a favourite race, a race where you're in it and you can push and push and push, and it's just there and you're going faster and faster and it's just happening for you. Do you have one of those races?
I suppose I've got two in some ways. The first time I won the national I really enjoyed, mainly because I had a real long battle with a chap called Mike McLeod, and it was in the north. And a lot of very unkind northern supporters seem to be wanting to stuff the southern bastard. Unfortunately, I had one really good Polish supporter who was using language I couldn't use to try and make me beat Mike, and I mean that was great fun because it was a real head-to-head. The other one I can remember is Rome. The World Cross Country, because I can remember with Hugh Jones, Rob Di Castella catching Mirts Yifter and thinking, oh hell, this is Yifter the shifter. And we've caught him with a mile to go. My stomach is absolutely killing me. I have never run so hard in my life. I feel terrible. But we've still got another 1,000 metres to do, and I don't really like being beaten. But what the hell are we going to do with Yifter the shifter? Fortunately, he died, but the other two were really tough marathon runners, so it took a bit of beating to do them, but it's tough luck to them.
Well, look, Dave, it's been an absolute pleasure, but before you go, I'd like to know, for me as a coach, you as an athlete, and I know you do a bit of coaching as well, what was your favourite session that would be a go-to session for you to give you that indicator for I'm ready to race?
I'm not sure there was one session. It was really just a combination of weeks and weeks, months of consistent training. You just knew you were getting better and better. I suppose before cross country, we used to have a quite nasty road circuit in Wimbledon, which was 6 times. We called it 1300. It could have been any distance because nobody ever measured it. But you knew, because we were really boring people, we did the same session week after week. And with the same recovery. Up to Christmas 1 minute, so 1 minute after Christmas 2 minutes, but you could see the times getting faster and faster, and if they were going the right direction, then yeah, in some ways you felt a bit sorry for the other people you had to race, because you just knew that they were in trouble.
And one final thing, Liz, he was your team manager. Really, how was he as a team manager?
It was good because I guess he could relate to what we were going through. He'd been there, done it. So yeah, and he always used to take the mickey out of us, and you know.
You deserved it.
And actually, you just hit on another thing, Dave. What words of advice did you give to your team as the team manager?
Well,
abuse.
Yeah, abuse. Actually, as John Brown said to me in the South Africa race, he said, I don't want to know. There's no point telling me I'm running well. There's no point I just want to know where that Spanish bastard is behind me. As long as I'm ahead of him, I'm happy. And it's, there's no point telling people they're running well. They want something which is going to take their mind off the fact they're hurting and give them some reason to keep driving forwards.
Yeah.
All about moving forwards, Dave. Thank you very much. Liz, as always, thank you very much. Let's watch some cross-country races.
Well, great to hear from Liz Yelling again, and Dave Clark, and apologies if you heard any slightly choicy language there. At the front then, in the first 2 kilometres, as we've just come round for lap 2, In the men's 10k, it is Tom Evans leading from Hugo Milner in the yellow, and Zach Mohammed in the south of England, red and blue, just around and about 5th at the minute.
Yeah, those results, or sorry, the splits, I should say, from the first few laps coming up on your screen there, just a couple of seconds separating the top 5. Tom Evans, of course, very, very familiar with the ultramarathon distance, closely followed by Hugo Milner, Jack Miller, Jamie Crowe and Scott Sterling to round off the top 5 so far. Slight break in the pack there then before the following athletes giving chase.
Well, Mohammed, such a great athlete over cross country, has started his transition up to the marathon and ran his very, very first in December in Valencia, a cracking time of 2:08.50. Agonisingly missed out on the Olympic qualifying time. So just testing himself here to see if he's still got the speed over the 10k on the cross, and it will be a really good battle between him and Hugo Milner, we expect. And I read on Athletics Weekly that Hugo Milner still went out and swam for 90 minutes yesterday, cycled for an hour and then ran 10k. So if he did indeed do that and he can still come out and win here, I think that man is perhaps unstoppable.
Yeah, Milner discussing with Athletics Weekly his likelihood of taking up his spot at the World Cross Country in March, on the 30th of March in Belgrade. He is looking very strong though, as he has taken the lead now, maybe looking to just turn the screws slightly. Of course, if we cast our minds all the way back to the Liverpool Cross Challenge, he did sit in for the first few kilometres, hit the front and then begin to just turn the screw, wind it up throughout the remaining distance of that race.
Well, it's quite close at the moment in the team competition. Scotland leading with Jamie Crowe out at the front, and England sitting pretty in second. South of England with Mohammed and Toma Tarragano inside the top 7. That bodes well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll see all teams completed by the end of this 10 kilometres. Hugo Milner though looking so relaxed as he strides along after what we do suspect was a full day of training for him yesterday.
Mohammed just drifting off the back slightly. Jack Miller in there for the Midlands in that white vest. Always somebody that is in touching distance. Started strongly here. The England 4, you can just see coming into picture now. Jack Gray is there, Kingston is there as well.
Yeah, often the way to do it with these team standings is to have all your athletes packed in very closely together. We'll often see that will bring up a better score than those if you've got an athlete off at the front and then several places down, and perhaps be beaten by some more concentrated team performances. Jack Miller, though, running very well, sat in 3rd place currently. Maybe just moving past Tom Evans into 2nd, tracking Hugo Milner very closely indeed.
Tough part of the course around here. It's part of the longer, slightly extended section.
Yeah, this part of the course hasn't been run for every race today. We can see it's a little bit firmer underfoot than some of the parts that have been run more regularly in the races that happened earlier on this morning. If you were with us for those, there's some fantastic runs from the juniors and that open 4K, which included the BUCS trial for the women, of course. We will go back to that event later on for the men's. So the men's 4K, I believe, is our last race to conclude today's action at Parliament Hill for the London International and the Cross Challenge.
Well, I don't think we'll see Hugo Milner over cross country next month. He has his first triathlon of the campaign at the end of February. That means he won't be taking part in the national cross country. I just wonder whether Mohammed fancies his chances to regain his title.
Yeah, quite possibly. It'll be an interesting one, of course, to see how tactics play out over this race and, of course, the final of the British Cross Challenge Series to take that title, which is happening in about 6 weeks' time in Nottingham at Wollerton Hall.
Yeah, of course, Mohammed won the inter-counties a few times. Expect to see him there as well. Coming towards the end of this second one. Nice to have a front pack, 6 athletes in there. Really intriguing to see Tom Evans so close to the front. Not a name too many people have heard of, doesn't necessarily race a lot of cross country, but we've started to see him progress towards the front of this race, and I just wonder how long he will be there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a well-seasoned ultra-marathon runner, so we don't often see him drop down to the distance of a mere 10k for him. But we can see on the bottom right of your screens now just how slippery that hairpin turn is becoming. Hugo Milner took a few slips on that corner as he led through the race, and we've seen Team England slip as well on there, as well as several others as they come round.
Well, March last year for the inter-counties, the cross challenge final, Evans was there, just narrowly beat by Mohammed, and that was a great race. Very muddy on that day. So will we have something similar here? Hugo Milner though, comfortable at the front as it stands. Just see everybody slipping. Oh my goodness, that is a really, really questionable area of the course now. People are slipping as they're getting into it.
Yeah, it's that slight turn, just at first stride of the turn, isn't it, that's really causing some issues there. We can see vests of all colours and all pedigrees coming through and taking a bit of a hit as they come around that corner. Lots of hands going out to grab the tape to try and maintain some balance.
The problem is when you take it wide, you just lose 5 or 10 metres really, really quickly, and it's a big bit of distance over the 5 laps.
It most certainly is. It's not something you want to be giving away freely if you can help it. So a lot of athletes choosing to take that shorter inside line, although it does seem very treacherous indeed.
Mohammed now back in pole position. Milner is there, Evans is there, Crowe is there as well in the blue of Scotland. Jack Miller looks like he's just drifted off.
Yeah, these 4 do seem to have broken away slightly. There's Jack Miller coming into your screen now. Slight gap between him and the top 4.
Well, it's really tough, isn't it, to be on your own in the 3rd lap. We saw Lauren McNeil talk about the importance of just getting through that 3rd lap with the number of rotations on this course, and tough for Jack Miller here just to be cut adrift on this 3rd lap. These 4 though working together hard, pushing it hard at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant for these 4 to be broken away in a group like they are. It's much easier to negotiate these multiple laps. It's very spectator friendly, which we love for our sport. However, for the athletes, it can pose a huge mental challenge doing laps upon laps upon laps of cross-country courses.
On one hand, it could make their life a bit easier because it's a bit like running indoors. Some athletes say that running indoors is sometimes they enjoy it, or it's a bit better than running outdoors because you've just got those mental cues all the time. And here there's a lot of twists and turns like this short incline and another lap, and it just helps keep your mind engaged that bit more, which is over 10 kilometres through the mud. You do need that just to keep pushing you on, keep the legs moving.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to hear some of the thoughts from the athletes and see how that differs from person to person, down to individual preference. Of course, I know for one, I'm definitely a fan of the consistent mental cues to keep me engaged and to prevent me from drifting off and dropping off the pace. But it does, of course, mean the course has the potential to become very churned up and very slippery in parts.
It's holding up fantastically at the moment though, and our leaders around about halfway, or just over, fighting their way through. Mohammed, we've seen him do this so many times. He's a 3-time English national champion in cross country.
I'm sure he'll be looking to hold on to that top spot. Don't forget, the winner of this race does book their place on the plane for the Belgrade World Cross Country Championships at the end of this cross country season, so I'm sure Mohammed will have half an eye on that one. Hugo Milner, of course, does have his spot should he want it, down to his performance at the European Cross Country Championships. He was one of the first 2 senior athletes to finish within the top 12 from Great Britain, giving him his spot should he choose to accept it.
It was interesting to see Hugo Milner say that he was not quite decided yet whether he was going to chase Olympic qualification in the triathlon and or over maybe the 10,000 metres.
Yeah, making reference, of course, to Beth Potter, another triathlete who's had a similar journey in that sense. Also a very impressive 10k runner, Beth Potter.
Milner using the slope to his advantage, opening up that long stride of his back to the front. Jamie Crowe has kept nice and quiet, just going through the gears, as does Evans as we move into lap 4.
See Jamie Crowe coming out really well from that hairpin turn, taking the tightest inside line. And I've just seen Jack Miller pulling the tape off the course there, just trying to regain some balance, and Marshall pulled in to do a quick repair job as soon as possible. That corner now looking really, really slippery. But Team England do seem to have spread out slightly. We saw them come around this hairpin as a real tight, close-knit group of 4 athletes in the previous lap. Hugo Milner now still leading us through, back into the fan tent, as we do now move up this incline, back into this lap, undulating part of the course, we should say.
Tape has been repaired, just about.
Not before it could be pulled back off yet again by another athlete trying to regain their balance as they come around. Lots of them reaching out, using that inside left hand to try and grab onto something that maybe isn't quite there. A natural reaction, of course, when you do slip on a corner like that.
I think the marshal found it quite amusing, actually. Bit of a wry smile on his face. He just repaired it and it was already snapped in half.
The marshals and officials, of course, doing a fantastic job at this event today. Very cold down in London. Very, very low. Still positive degree zone. We've not dropped into negative figures today.
Well, it's all gone wrong on this tape.
Another official pulled in to help.
Well, at the front, Milner and Evans, the top 2. Mohammed and Crowe thereabouts. Tough for Jamie Crowe, won the Renfrew Cross Challenge last weekend. To come out and back that up here, real tough gig. Picked up a lot of wins over the last year.
Absolutely, but it is still Hugo Milner trying to just turn the screw and wind this up. He's closely tracked by Tom Evans still, the ultramarathon runner. Mohammed, of course, rounding off our top 4 currently. These 4 off and away. You can see the splits between those and 5th place Jack Miller.
Well, I just wonder if Hugo Milner's feeling really good, at what point he would start to break away. We are coming up for around 3 kilometres to go. Maybe just a bit less. Could we see an upset here? Somebody like Evans, who just silently chipping away.
Yeah, sat in that pack as much as under the radar as he can be. But we did see South of England topping the rankings so far, a team competition.
Well, no change. Really great to see the growth, and it's interesting from a training perspective. I'll be interested to see if Hugo Milner gets interviewed at the end of this race, what he says about his training, because he's obviously taken on a lot more volume from the bike and the swimming, but maybe that cross-training, that off-the-feet work has really paid dividends for him.
Yeah, he is looking exceptionally strong as he powers down that slight decline along the back of the course. Really powering his way through, and even maybe a slight gap there between him and the three alongside him. It might be the camera angle giving us that slight perspective, but he rounds the corner now towards point K of the course, a very challenging corner. All athletes round that successfully and cleanly, and you can see them splitting to the sides of the course there to try and find a slightly smoother line to run as they head down the hill back towards the spectator tent.
Well, they're still together at the end of the fourth lap, and I'm interested to see when the move is made. And I said earlier, Rosie, that it's sometimes good to make a move as you're going up the hill. Could that be about to come, or is it down the hill where Hugo Milner's just opening up that stride?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to watch unfold over the next 2K. We do often see breaks on the hills, like we did mention earlier this morning. If you were with us back then for the, I believe it was the under-13 or the under-15 girls race, we mentioned it. It'll be interesting to see if that does come from Hugo Milner. Of course, if we look back to Liverpool, this point in the race, he'd already wound his way up and turned that screw so much that nobody else was with him. So this is a slightly different experience at Parliament Hill for him today. Interesting to see if and when that move comes from him, or if it comes from somebody else in that leading four.
James Kingston placing well in fifth at the minute. Sam Tarragano is there in this second group. Jack Miller is there, Dempsey is there. That's another good solid pack. And maybe the shorter laps is helping the athletes just keep a bit more together, not encouraging them to break away so early on the long stretches of the course. What it is, Hugo Milner there in that yellow in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Evans, though, silent assassin at the minute. He is just working away quietly. Haven't seen a glimpse of anguish or a bead of sweat come down his forehead just yet.
Yeah, he's absolutely just chipping away at the block, biding his time potentially. We know he's got the endurance for this. We know that he can withhold this effort for a very significant time, but he's maybe not somebody that the other competitors may have had in the forefront of their mind going into this race. He's followed by Mohammed running for the north of England. Apologies, I do believe that's the southwest, my mistake.
Crow just drifting off the back at the front, and in the top left-hand corner the officials are going to have to come back out with the repair tape once again.
Yeah, an unfortunate slip for an athlete there on that hairpin, and another marshal jogging across the course to try and provide an emergency repair job. It's unfortunate the stake came out of the ground this time. Hugo Milner still striding away, using that downhill to his advantage, really opening up as he comes down and round this bottom corner.
Well, at Liverpool, Hugo Milner managed to break away quite early and just managed to keep stretching the field, and he never looked stressed. I just wonder here whether Tom Evans might fancy his chances come a sprint finish. Mohammed, I get the sense he's maybe just hanging on slightly, still perhaps feeling the fatigue of that marathon and starting to transition his legs to the shorter distances. This would be a really good hit out for him to regain those cross-country legs, but with Hugo Milner and Evans at the front, this is a real tussle.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked to me that by a margin Evans took that corner just a little bit better. Less disruption in his stride length and his just general rhythm, I think, as he came round that little bottom U shape on this end of the course. It is still Milner though that leads us through. Evans just grinding away, starting to maybe look like he's starting to grit his teeth slightly. We are coming into the very closing stages now. It won't be long until they're heading along the back of that course, round the corner and down into the fan tent before contesting the home straight for the final time.
Nothing to choose between them really. Hugo Milner doing the dog work at the front. Has a 2 or 3 metre lead, and is this the moment he starts to make his move?
Yeah, I think this could well be a rather influential, significant moment in this race. He's just opened up a gap of 4 or 5 metres or so, maybe slightly more now as he's just turning the screw and winding up, coming into this what's probably the last final kilometre.
Battle on for second. Evans and Mohammed going toe to toe. Now they start to grit their teeth. Hugo Milner just looking a bit more fluid at the moment, starting to wind it up.
Yeah, that long stride length of his really giving some benefits to him as he comes down the hill. Evans in second, Mohammed closely following him. But Milner looking so strong now. Coming into point K, it's a really difficult corner as he comes round. The slip here could be catastrophic. He nearly goes, as he comes around that corner, down into this final downhill section. This momentum that he gathers could be really significant.
Well, Tom Evans isn't out of it just yet, and he's just drifting to the outside of the course so he can get some firmer footing, and he is there or thereabouts, but not quite in touching distance. Hugo Milner still striding. For the first time, got a bit of a sprint finish on the cards.
Yeah, we can see the turnover of Tom Evans as he comes round. He's really fighting to hold on to Hugo Milner as he comes through. This is the closest we've seen all day. We're coming into the home straight now, and it is still Hugo Milner.
Well, the Derby athlete competing for the north of England today has the edge over Tom Evans. Mohammed in third, going well. But this race controlled at the front by Hugo Milner, and now the crowd start to cheer. This is what they wanted as they come into the finish at Parliament Hill. A look over the shoulder, he knows he's got it in the bag. And Hugo Milner with another great win to add to his results sheet, and a nice bit of support from Tom Evans. Mohammed across the line. Jamie Crowe, who was with them for so much, first last week in Renfrew, fourth here in London. And look how controlled that is from Milner. And across the line here, a couple of the England boys, Dempsey and Kingston, Jack Miller and Macmillan coming through. This is Toma Tarragano as well in the south of England strip. But Hugo Milner, no mistakes, all control, and did what he needed to do.
Right, Hugo, sorry mate, I know you guys are going to have this social. Wow.
Today, your season, this winter, it's a bit good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year so far. Still kind of focusing on triathlon, so to come and do a cross-country race and still beat some of the best in the UK is an amazing feeling.
I mean, for me, watching you on that course, you're just strength personified. What is the secret to that at this moment in time in your career?
A lot of training. 35 hours last week, 35 hours this week. You know, lots of time in the pool, lots of time out on the bike in cold conditions. So to do 30 minutes in the mud and in the cold just seems normal for me.
And you know, the big for me as a coach, watching you, is you look like you're really enjoying your running at the moment. Is that true?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the past few years I've always enjoyed my running, but there's always times where you lose motivation and you don't enjoy it so much. You have a few bad races, but I've definitely had my fair share of bad races over the last few years, and so it's only in the last year where I've kind of just had more consistency and things are starting to come together. because I've done so many years of hard work now. It's just, at some point it's going to come together.
Yeah, and the thing for me today is, and you don't have to answer this, when in that race did you think to yourself, this is my push, this is my move to win this?
Probably on the 4th or 5th lap. I could hear by the breathing behind me that some people were struggling on the hills, so I just really pushed it on the uphill, and then on the downhill just tried to relax as much as possible, get that free flow down the hill, and I had a sprint finish today, so it felt good.
Look, from me to you looked amazing. It certainly looks like there's a lot more to come, and I wish you all the best. Fantastic running today. Don't disappear, because you've got some medals and bits and pieces coming your way.
Okay, brilliant.
Well done. Tom, Mr. Evans, come on in. Right, I'm going to do this on camera, because I used to coach Tom when we had a bit of fun through COVID. Mate, that was fantastic. Come here.
Yeah.
Talk to me, talk to the camera, tell us about that run today and about you and about just how things are moving forward for you at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, and great to see you, and great to see so many people out here today. I am a ultra distance trail runner specialising in 100-mile distance, but this winter the idea is to get strong and fast, and using cross country to do that. So this is always, I've always wanted to run at Parliament Hill, so today was just a great opportunity to do it in, the group was moving, and Hugo had, unsurprisingly, an incredible race. I'm super proud, and to finish near touching distance to Hugo is, a huge step on for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, knowing a bit about you, that course to me, to be honest, suited your style of running. I mean, we all know you're a very strong athlete and you've got speed. What's next for you?
So I am heading out to Australia for a warm weather training camp, tagging on with my wife, Sophie, who's a triathlete, and training. I'll actually be doing quite a lot of training with Hugo and Alex Yee, who's been on the podium here before. And then I will now race inter-counties again, because my sort of first goal of the season is trying to qualify for World Cross.
Well, I think you're knocking on the door for the World Cross. You've got a very strong argument to be in the team for the World Cross. So just give me a little bit of an insight to what training you're going to do after this. Back to normal. Typically train fairly high volume on the track or road on Tuesday and hills on Friday. It's fairly standard at the moment. But then my big goal this year is to go back to UTMB, Ultra Trails de Mont Blanc, and try and be the first Brit to take it. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure following your career. It's been a pleasure working with you for a small part of time. I wish you all the best, Tom. Fantastic. Well done.
Thanks very much.
525, 426.
Well, great to hear from Hugo Milner and Tom Evans. Still a few athletes coming across the line. And we're going to have a few medals dished out from that race. Well, this is how it ended up. England taking the win. Dempsey, Kingston and Manthorpe. Jack Gray just missing out on being top 3 for England. Jamie Crowe leading Scotland out for second, and south of England with Mohammed finishing in third. A great run from him. But all round, great race, Rosie.
Absolutely brilliant to watch, and so good to see such a close-knit group for the majority of that race. Those 4 leading us through was really exciting to watch, and that last lap, Hugo Milner, really strong, just a pleasure to watch and enjoy.
The marathon, but felt good. Well done to the boys. They did. Tom and Hugo pushed us a lot. It's a good race. I enjoyed it today.
No, look, for me on the side watching that race, I thought it was intense. What was your strategy at the start of the race as regards how you were going to approach that one today?
No, just follow the like how the guys do it. I didn't have any strategy or anything like that. It's just to push as hard as we can to make the race enjoyable. So I think everyone can see us now, because the course is shorter rather than big field. So I think I enjoy the course. It's nice and hilly and muddy, so it has everything. So really good. Yeah.
So you know I'm going to ask you about the marathon because I coach marathon runners as well. When's your next race?
Next race I haven't planned, maybe Berlin, but I haven't had any specific race yet. So I'm going to sit down with my management and my coaches and to decide what to do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, for me, I find you a very exciting athlete to watch. I can see there's a lot more in the tank to come. What are you aiming for in the next 12 months, do you think? What would be your dream scenario?
Hopefully I go under 208 by end of the year, but that's the aim. So yeah, maybe end of the year, next year aiming for the World Championship if I can, so that's the aim.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. You are one of the names that I have on a list of those persons who I believe will go under 208. So if you do that, I will be very happy, but I know that you'll be happier. So look, I wish you all the best. It was a joy watching you race today, and all the best for the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I know you enjoy, you love watching. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
So up next we have the under-17 and under-20 women's race. And the under-20s, of course, still part of the home countries international with the area match included in that. These girls will be competing over the 6 kilometre distance. And on your screen now we have the senior men results. Hugo Milner, of course, an emphatic win yet again from him, 29.58 time on the clock. Just 2 seconds after him, Tom Evans and Mohammed rounding up the top 3. Probably the most close and exciting race we've seen yet today, but we do have more to come. As I said, the under-20 and under-17 women up next, under-17 men after those. The under-20 men follow the under-17s, and to round off the day at 3 o'clock we have the open men's, including the BUCS 4 kilometre trial. So plenty of cold looking athletes stood there ready to go, vests of all different colours. We do have the North, South, East and Midlands competing alongside the home countries, so England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and alongside that, of course, plenty of club athletes as well. You can see them scattered in and amongst the international vests for this London International. Girls called forward now. And we are underway. And you can see these girls now navigating the very first part of their cross country up that prestigious Parliament Hill start line. It's a very daunting hill to be stood at the bottom of. And they start to converge to the right hand side of your screen. They're led out by the very, very prominent figure of Inez Fitzgerald. We all know how she likes to run her races, hard and fast from the start, so keep an eye out and let's see what she can do today in Team England colours.
Well, some other names to keep an eye out for them. We've got Jess Bailey in there as well, and Jessica Inglis. Strong field assembled. Fitzgerald, of course, getting out hard. The only way she knows.
Yeah, we wouldn't be watching Inez Fitzgerald run, would we, if she wasn't going out hard from the front. It's a very, very familiar scene for her now.
Looks so easy as well, doesn't it?
It does. The rest of the pack led out by England athlete Eliza Nicholson. And the rest all bunched closely together, no one choosing to go with Fitzgerald in this very early stage, which I do think is probably a wise choice given her running style. The athletes now moving up this first incline. Look at the gap Fitzgerald already has on the rest of the pack. They've only just branched over 2 minutes into this race, and look at the distance between her and second place already.
It's outstanding, really, isn't it, to see such a young athlete with such confidence. Took a typical big win at the European cross country in December, and she's just continuing this fine form.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal to watch. It'll be interesting to see how her running style and her tactics develop over the coming years as she matures and moves into those senior categories. Of course, in under 20 now. She'll be moving into the under 23 and senior age groups very soon.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the point that she does really get pushed, and when that will be. It's now been, you know, a good year since I can recall her being really pushed. That was at the European Cross the previous year. She stepped up an age group to do that. So first lap, shorter lap for these athletes. Nicholson just in second at the minute.
Yeah, she also seems to have broken away from the pack in this very early stage. It'll be interesting to see if she holds on to that or if she comes back towards the main group of athletes that are currently chasing her down.
So an update from the short lap of the course at the top of the hill now. Leader, of course, Fitzgerald. Second place, also from England, is Eliza Nicholson, and leading that main group is Jess Bailey, another of the England athletes. So there you lead three so far.
Well, it's a strong start to this 6K.
Okay, so Mr. Bedford, David, come on over here. Just whilst we're waiting for Hugo to turn up. We've got David Bedford doing the presentations.
And Fitzgerald now coming into that very slippery cut-up corner for the first time in her 6 kilometre race. Seems to have negotiated that without any issues at all. Of course, she was posed with the very challenging terrain of the European cross country back in Brussels in December. So I'm sure this is not unfamiliar for her at all, given the terrain in that. Eliza Nicholson just slipping slightly on the uneven ground. We see a few ankles twisting. Unnatural foot placements of the athletes as they come around that corner, and they are now heading down in towards the fan tent for the first time.
Well, here's the presentation for the senior men's race, getting the bronze here at Parliament Hill. Mohammed, south of England and Southampton. Tom Evans running in the Lose AC vest today.
And to an athlete who's just having the best season, Hugo Milner, first place, senior men's cross country.
And taking the win, Hugo Milner. Not the last time we will see him on the top of a podium, I am sure. Now his eyes will be turning to his first triathlon in just about 4 weeks' time.
Another slip there, as if you look in the bottom right of your screen, we've seen Eliza Nicholson navigating that hairpin and slipping again, and every slip will be causing her a little bit more fatigue, so hopefully she can stay slightly more upright and stable as she navigates the rest of this course.
Fantastic running, guys. Enjoy your warm down. Great work. And Dave, do you want to come on over here for a chat? And Julian, come on in as well. So I have the pleasure now of talking to Dave Bedford and Julian Gota.
Those are some of
two of my heroes growing up.
Splits. Missing a couple at the front, but we do have the under 17 women and the under 20 women combined. This is the under 17s, now the under 20s.
You were pretty good at it. So what was the secret to you being so special and just the best at cross country?
So those are your current leaders in the under 17 race. We will be bringing you these live splits throughout the race. It is obviously complicated when we have not only the under-17 women, but the under-20 as well. And then we have the team competition all amongst that. And the team competition is only for the under-20s. But it is, of course, it is Fitzgerald at the front.
Yeah, Fitzgerald still leading us out. Unsurprisingly, of course, but you did see flash up on your screen there the under-17 results, and currently the under-17s are being led out by Georgia Bell, very strong runner, 6th at the English schools, 3,000, 10th in the inter-counties.
So I've got to ask the question, Julian, what sort of miles were you doing back in the day?
Well, time to have a...
Well, the most time I did was about 120, but I was inspired by Dave, of course. We had the same coach in the same club. He is just 3 years older than me, and I was doing what nearly the sort of times that he had done 3 years earlier. So I was hanging on to his coattails. But I never wanted to do 200 miles a week. My approach was to get as fast as I could, doing as little as I could, and make it feel easier. But Dave's exploits were certainly inspirational, not just for me, but the whole athletics scene in the country. And of course, when it went well, he was fantastic.
So looking at today, Emma Martin has put on a great show today. How do we feel about this moving forwards?
I think it's an 8 or 9 out of 10 for a start. I think the course is excellent. I think it can be made even more interesting, but keeping it all within sight of people down here who are off the mud. It was interesting, one of the officials said to me before the race, we love this because most of the time we don't see any of the racing, whereas here today we feel far more part of it. And I think it's important, and probably important, that we say thank you to the officials for their work, and of course even today.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I think you've hit a few things on the head there. Julian, the future of cross country, is this a big step in the right direction?
That's a very difficult question. It is hard to make cross-country popular. It's too tough. It's not in the limelight at all. We're overshadowed by the Africans. It's very, very hard task which Eamon's got trying to get cross-country going well. I think the sport in this country has committed has set itself back, shot itself in the foot quite a lot. I mean, the national is no longer the selection race for the World Cross. People don't send teams to the World Cross. It's just it's declined since our day, which I think is a terrible shame. This is a step in the right direction, but it's great to have TV here. We just got to get it to grow. People need to enjoy it and take on the Africans, not just think, well, we'll just do the Europeans and call it day.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting listening today because I was very much aware of his 200-mile weeks. I've got to confess, as a 15-year-old, I tried training twice a day and thought better of it after 7 days. It's a very trendy topic at the moment, especially with the marathon guys who are doing ridiculous mileages. I mean, how many weeks could you get back-to-back doing that sort of mileage, David?
Probably somewhere between 12 and 16, and it usually stopped through injury. So that was one of the downsides of doing that kind of mileage. You got injured quite often, but then you had a bit of a rest and came back for more.
Yeah, I mean, Julian, you've spoken about your training philosophy, as in you had a higher intensity and less mileage. Again, was it something that led to injury that slowed you down, or was it? You tell me.
Well, I wouldn't say it's higher intensity. Dave's training was still pretty high intensity, but as he said, you get injured, and I think, I mean, Dave Clark was saying earlier, the key to running well really was consistency. So that means don't get injured. Do everything you can to avoid. It's like pontoon. Stick on 17 or 18. Don't go bust all the time. You've got to, So I was trying to learn that approach, seeing how Dave was going, but still thinking, at times you can run well over 100 miles a week.
So, important question for me, we need more young athletes coming in and staying in the sport and progressing through and fulfilling their potential. David, any great advice to young athletes coming into the sport and looking at longevity in the sport?
I think the one thing that cross country and distance running has going in its favour is that no matter what level of runner you are, the harder you train, the better you will become. So it's unlike some sports where you have to be born with certain physical benefits. Whatever you want to do in running, the harder you train, the better you'll run.
And Julian, to you, talking to a young 13, 14-year-old athlete who's showing potential now, what advice would you give them moving forwards?
Well, definitely stick at cross country. It gets you very strong. It lays a great foundation for obviously running on the track, but even other sports as well. I mean, footballers would benefit too, triathletes would benefit too. And it's a great fun sport. You're not just against each other, you're against the elements and the conditions. It does you a lot of good, and you feel very satisfied after you put your heart and soul into a race.
Okay, so let's talk trade secrets. Did you have any secrets that you didn't want to let your competitors know about, Julian, to begin with? Any secrets you want to share?
No, my only secret on the day of the race it was those long spikes. No, I didn't used to take any pills. I didn't used to, but certainly, peaking for a race is an individual thing. But it's no good just thinking, well, I'll have a couple of easy days and I'll be fine. Mentally, you've got to prepare. If you can find a formula where you do sessions which blow the cobwebs out, but don't leave you tired, but actually leave you desperate and really looking forward to racing. And that started right from the day. Dave was saying he didn't mention Bob Parker, but Bob had a great approach to peaking and preparing for a race. I remember doing a session with Dave when I was just a kid, doing my first national, age 16 or 17. And that sort of formula, I worked on that, and it's a secret, but there's nothing particularly secretive about it. It's just a formula which you find. The worst thing people do is think, well, I'll train hard till Wednesday and just take it easy. You get tired and lethargic, you eat too much, you don't sleep so well, and come the race, you're flat. You want to find some way of getting hyped up for the race.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I know as a coach with my athletes is a lot of people ease off too much into races. I know that Mr. Bedford here, David, I know you didn't ease off into races, but are you prepared to share any secrets?
I don't think there's any point trying to coach from a microphone. I don't coach. Anyone who really wants to do well is probably not listening because of the age group of the people talking to them. But for one top tip for anyone in cross country, if doing well in the race really matters, find out what the course is, go there the day before and have a run round it so it's not a surprise on the day.
David, Julian, you two most definitely are a pair of my heroes growing up. It's a pleasure talking to you today, and I really do hope that people do listen or have listened to what you both said, because they're great words of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Good. Pleasure, thank you.
Well, some interesting insights. Dave Bedford, a character as always, and thank you to Julian Goter as well. No trade secrets from them. Battle for second and third. Nicholson and Jess Bailey just on your screen right now. Both opting for a headband to keep those ears warm. It is very, very cold. We are on the third lap, so we have had 2 short laps. This is going to be a medium lap, which is just slightly longer, and then we have the 4th lap, which is a long lap. So those are the live results from the end of the second lap. Nicholson, Bailey, Phillips, Wellstead, they are all there. I see people taking some shelter underneath the tent.
Nicholson back out on the course. First place still Fitzgerald, and second Nicholson, David third, so England 1, 2, 3. Phillips is fourth, Wellstead fifth, and Barwell sixth. Lane is seventh. Eighth is McClellan Brooks, and Jones is ninth. And 10th is Legate. So that's your top 10
Well, a
out there.
bit more confusion.
That's the under-20s and under-17s. Your top 5 is Redmond and
I believe Ines Fitzgerald has gone on the long lap rather than the medium lap, so it could be an interesting situation in the second where she is then coming in behind Nicholson and Bailey. We wait to see. This is all a little bit confusing and we're not too sure. That is the fun of it. Well, Ines Fitzgerald, nothing like doing a bit of extra hard work, and I'll tell you what, I would better doing more distance and still winning here.
Definitely not beyond the realms of possibility at all, but you can hear her on the camera there as she comes through, working up that hill, really grinding away.
Well, we'll see once we get the cameras on. And you can just see that she's at the far right hand corner of the course in the trees. And well, where is she going to come out? We have absolutely no idea at the moment. Some confusion around the distances and routes. Some of our team around the course just getting used to the multiple laps and having to keep count. Fitzgerald is, well, I will say leading. Looks like everybody has followed the right path for now. We wait with bated breath anyway. But we have still got plenty of action still to come. These are the current splits. So England leading, we've got Fitzgerald, Nicholson and Bailey, no surprise there. Northern Athletics are going well, and they're only one place ahead of the south of England, so that could be a really close battle for second and third in the team competition.
We can see as well Team England there on the minimum amount of points available, so really off and away at the front of this team competition. They currently, if they can stay in those standings, cannot be beaten.
Well, we have 3 more races to come after this one. The under-17 men's 6k after, then the under-20 men's 8k, and then the men's 4 kilometres. Well, 20 minutes gone. Fitzgerald flying back round for their final lap, which I think will end up being a slightly shorter medium lap, which they should have done.
I believe so, yeah.
All good fun. Well, we may actually be about to finish, because Ines Fitzgerald is face on with the tape, and we thought it was 4 laps, turns out it's 3. Ines Fitzgerald takes the win once again, this time at the London Cross Challenge for 2024, just outside 21 minutes.
Done in true Fitzgerald style though, striding away from the very start of this race. Eliza Nicholson there still powering away in second place.
It's been a fine run from her. She's looked so good all day, and she's had Jess Bailey to battle with and has left her in her wake some 30 metres back, and this is a real sprint finish from Eliza Nicholson.
It really is. Look how strong she is, arms driving as she comes down in towards the finish straight now. She won't be caught, but she is working every bit of energy and strength out of her as she comes in towards the finish line.
Well, it's Nicholson that is going to take second. She's into the home straight, striding away. This is a fantastic performance from her. Maybe another athlete heading for the World Cross Country Championships. Look at that smile on her face. She knows that's an important run. And coming through, Jess Bailey, she's going to take third. Right onto her. And another across the line in India Barwell to take fourth. Well, there are places up for grabs to go to the World Cross for the under-20s. We still have to work out the under-20 team results as well, so we'll stay with the finishers across the line, and of course the under-17 race winners here at London. There's Millie McKellen-Brooks across the line, and Isabel Jones of England there.
So you performed supremely well this winter, and the courses have been quite good. How did this course compare to, for example, the European Girls, for example?
So you always kind of got to expect a wetter course, but yeah, in Brussels it was kind of quite muddy as well, even though it hadn't been as wet, but yeah, they've also been quite similar.
So I know you coach quite well. Did he give you any words of wisdom for today?
Well, Gavin tries not to give me too much race advice. He thinks it should come from me. So yeah, do what I always do really. But he's always there to support if I need anything. So yeah, shout out to Gavin.
Amazing. So looking forward, the rest of the winter into the summer, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I get a few more races on the cross, nationals, intercounties, just some races around in the country, and then kind of building into the summer, hopefully getting some good times on the track and seeing where we can go with that really.
Well, I have to say, as a coach, as a supporter, as a fan of the sport, loving what you and Gavin are doing. Let's have some more, shall we? Well done.
Yeah, definitely. Here's to another event like this.
Fantastic. All right, so photos always come first. Okay, in second place we have Eliza Nicholson. Fantastic run today. Easy question, how was that for you?
It was difficult, but it's really nice because I'm from London, so it was quite nice to run on home ground and not have a 6-hour commute up north or anything. So yeah, it was just amazing.
So any particular favourite parts of that course today?
I like the downhills, to be honest. Like, the hills pay the bills, which is good because you work so hard up them and that you can just kind of get your breath back and recover as you come down, ready to go again. I quite enjoyed how many laps we did and how short the course was in that respect. It was good to know where I kind of was distance-wise, but yeah, I can't believe I got second. I'm very shocked, to be honest.
And a coach's name check, who's your coach?
Mike Reeves.
Any words of wisdom from Mike?
Well, I've only been with Mike for a few weeks and it's just so nice to be so well cared for, and I've got a great training group. Shout out to Joe, who won the under-15 race as well. So yeah, it's been really great. So yeah.
Okay, and what's next for you?
Well, South of England's next weekend, and then the big goal is the World Vest, but I'm obviously very young, so I'm just enjoying the journey and seeing what happens. But yeah, so that'll be Intercounties on the 9th of March.
Okay, well, thoroughly enjoyed that race today. Obviously a lot more to come. Wish you all the best for your season. Well done.
Thank you so much. I had a t-shirt of that.
Jess, do you want to come on in? You're not escaping this one, sorry. So, there you go. A fine performance in third place. How was that for you?
I mean, I love the course, so it definitely suits my strengths. Did not enjoy the last lap, but no, I think it's a really good race, and it's definitely different to the rest of the courses in the UK. Very different, but I love it.
So do you think Eamon Martin's onto something here with this shorter lap, more spectator-friendly, this type of course? What do you think?
Absolutely, I think he's moving it in the right direction for sure, and especially if you can get more people here, more people in the tunnel, I think it'll get even better and better.
That's a very good point. How was the tunnel?
I enjoyed it. My whole family were in there with the bells. They're all screaming at me. But each time they're telling you to push harder, I was like, I'm trying. But no, I thought it was really good.
Well, that's a fantastic first, second and third for England. What's next on the agenda for you this winter?
Nationals, for sure. I've forgotten where it is, but wherever it is, I'll go there in February. And then Nottingham, that's not in Loughborough, it's in Nottingham. So, yeah, definitely those two races are our key ones, and then going into the track.
Yeah, so you mentioned the track. What are you aiming for in the track season?
That's yet to be decided. I'm hoping for some PBs. I didn't get any last year coming off injury, so I just want to kind of develop in all the distances to hopefully build on that year on year.
Well, it was amazing watching you run around today. If you just hang fire for 2 seconds, I think we've got some medals and maybe some coffee for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So we're now on to the under-17 men's 6 kilometre.
The girl that won that one, yeah, it is one against the winner of the senior.
So midway around the first short lap for the under-17 men's 6 kilometre, we believe that maybe the under-20 and under-17 women's race we've just seen was a lap short. So we think they're supposed to do 2 short laps, 1 medium and 1 long. But the race is well underway.
It is. We do have a breakaway group of what looks to be about 7 athletes leading us through this race so far. They're closely followed by another 3. They'll be looking to attach themselves, I'm sure, to create a nice big pack of 10 as they work their way round this loop at Parliament Hill.
I know that a few of them are still getting some warm clothes on after that.
Yeah, doing 2 short laps, it's the same, 2 short, 1 medium. Yeah.
They're coming towards this downhill stretch. There we've got Alden Collier and Matt Clark of Preston. Those two just leading things at the front. Oh, we've got a faller. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, we've been seeing athletes on that corner slipping all day. It is becoming very, very treacherous indeed, and it's only going to get more and more muddy as more feet make their way round it lap upon lap.
I've corrected, it's a lie. And the winner,
Well, I've just seen the presentation from the under-17 and the under-20 women's 6K. Dennis Fitzgerald, Eliza Nicholson and Jess Bailey, the gold, silver and bronze.
Those 3 athletes, of course, as we mentioned earlier, rounding out Team England to score the minimum amount of points possible, the best score they could achieve in a team event to take the win in the home countries.
Sam Perry near the front as well in this race. So we've got the front 3, Alden Collier, Matt Clark and Ewan Thomas. And then the chasers as well. Maxwell is in there, Sam Perry. Gloves are off for one young athlete, just checking them to the side after that first lap, doesn't need them anymore.
Yeah, we've settled into the race enough for these athletes to start getting quite warm as they're working their way through. Back up the inclines now. And looks like Collier has taken the lead once again from Ewan Thomas.
Lovely coat for that dog, suits it down to an absolute T. So Collier just stretching away from Thomas, 5 metres in front. Matt Clark in the strip of Preston in third, just letting them get away from him slightly. This is their second of, we think, 4 laps.
Yes.
Indeed, 4 laps. We'll see how this plays out, though. Obviously, we think that we were maybe a 1 lap short in the previous race. The London skyline there just coming across your screens. What an iconic setting it is for the inaugural London International Cross Country.
Well, it's steady at the minute. Early breakaway. These 3 charging together in those opening few hundred metres.
Sorry, cycling this week? Probably not in this temperature. You know, it's just too cold. Too cold for me anyway.
Collier running well and starting to just build up a nice healthy lead. Almost a
slip again there.
Yeah, it's this corner, isn't it? So
is
challenging.
So it is still Collier from Thomas as they come round that very difficult part of the course, heading back down the hill now to round off this first lap.
Well, it's a first race of 2024 for Oldham Collier. Had a great campaign last year, although perhaps would have been slightly disappointed. Was 51st at the Liverpool Cross, second at the English schools over 1500 metres, and now at the start of this third lap, just opening the lead once again to around 10 metres.
Collier looking very, very strong and smooth now as we pass point C on the course. Heading back up through that fan tent once again.
Well, he's no stranger to Parliament Hill. Oldham Collier won the national, second at the national a couple of years ago, so knows how to make the podium here, and at the moment well on course to do the same.
Yeah, most definitely looking absolutely brilliant. Nice gap forming now between him and Ewan Thomas. The ability to race, of course, one that's so important, to do it tactically well and really reap the benefits and the rewards.
Well, it's been a few years, but he did win the Cross Challenge Series back in the 2019-2020 campaign that was cut short, and he was an under-13 boy back then, but took the series title.
Thomas looking like he's closing the gap just a little bit now. Just gradually grinding away, hoping to stay on top of that distance, not letting it grow anymore.
Well, we'll see here whether they go round for this medium lap that is penciled in. They're both moving well at the minute. Nice and controlled, but
yeah, absolutely looking very strong.
So they are being directed by our marshals for this slightly extended lap, and I think we have got it right, and this is the medium lap. So yep, one more lap to go after we conclude this. Wonder what advice Collier has been given as he's running around the course. You need something to just keep your mind on top of it and not let it slip.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas closed that gap really well now, and does look to take the lead quite strongly as well as he comes through, opening up the gap almost instantly as he passes Collier now.
Well, it was such a surge, wasn't it? Just begs the question why he let Collier get so far in front.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes you wonder what the point of allowing that gap to grow was and expending the energy in a surge like that. To open up a gap of that distance in such a short time as well, a real change in pace.
Yeah, he's built over 20 metres in, you know, space of 200. That's very impressive from Ewan Thomas.
Yeah, definitely a skill I'm sure he's glad he has in his toolkit, and especially one that he can whip out should he need to in a sprint finish. The boys now get very close together round that corner. Luckily no slips or trips at this point on the lap this time round. That's third place Matt Clark coming round currently. He leads number 723, Joshua Hampson Wallace.
Third place, we have Lucy Wilkinson. Let's put your hands together for Lucy. Superb run.
This is good effort from Thomas just to try and push to the front at the end of this third lap, and he does look really composed here. How far can he take this?
And with a superb performance in third place, Sarah Redmond.
To the end of the third lap then for the under-17 men as the under-17 women get their medals. Very, very slow around that corner, and Collier now back in front.
Yeah, it does look to be the way that it has to be navigated, that hairpin turn now. It is so cut up when we looked, in comparison to when we looked at it earlier on this morning at 10:45 when the first girls race went off. You can see they had some very small slips, but nothing too major around there, and now the athletes really having to slow it down and break up their running style as they come through. Collier now starting to open up yet another gap between him and Ewan Thomas.
You just have to ask yourself the question when you're going around that bend, is it worth the risk? If you do fall, you do hurt yourself, somebody lands on top of you and your whole race is completely gone. Is it worth the couple of seconds? You know, maybe if this was towards the back end of the race, maybe you would try and chance it and go at speed, but yeah, I think at this stage of the race you've still got a lap to go. It's not going to really make a huge impact on the rest of, you know, the final 2 kilometres for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got to make an educated guess really and just hope that you make the right call, and if it's yeah, you could look at it as a high risk high reward section of the course. If you do take it, you take it well and it does pay off, you could come out several metres ahead of your nearest counterpart. But if it does go wrong, as Scott says, and you end up falling over, it really could be the end of your race. Very, very detrimental indeed.
This cat and mouse game between Collier and Thomas takes another turn, and almost exactly where we were 1 lap ago. Collier has regained the same lead, if not longer.
Yeah, he has indeed. Thomas still looking very strong and smooth, some 15-20 metres behind him, but interesting to see how this has played out over the course of just 1 lap now.
Just shows how attritional this course can be. Fortunately, another dropout. It happens.
It does. Always a shame to see, of course, but athletes taking into consideration their best interests. Sometimes it is just what you have to do. But Collier still striding away at the front of this race. I'm sure he'll be looking to hold on now. Not too far to go until we reach the conclusion of this under-17 men's 6 kilometre.
Just about hear the cowbells in the background as well. Well, it's been resurgent from Collier. Looking good.
Most certainly has. Very impressive to keep a very cool head, cool mentality, and stay in control, especially after Thomas comes back, closed that gap, came back past him in the mid stages of the previous lap. A very good approach to his race. Interesting to see there Collier taking a slightly different line to the rest of the field. We've seen a lot of the athletes coming on that inside lane throughout. Perhaps that part of the course is just starting to get a bit more cut up. We can see the mud line there.
It still looks to be firm though. It just looks compacted. It doesn't look to be boggy and really muddy and 8 inches of mud. So maybe he just likes the softer stuff, the grass, clean the spikes a bit maybe.
Quite possibly. Personal preference perhaps.
Clean those 12mm pins.
Yeah, 12's definitely needed.
That was, I think, Jay Dariani from Shaftesbury Barnet, who's just walking off. Another athlete struggling.
You can see the leader there. Collier coming through along the top, back into the main part of this loop on this course, behind the trees. We'll see him emerge the other side very shortly.
You have to really control your breathing at this point of the course. It's tough. You've just dug deep around that windy uphill section, and at the moment Alden Collier just looks a bit compressed, doesn't he? And Ewan Thomas maybe just a bit more fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Thomas's stride looks extended, relaxed as he comes down that hill using its game momentum. Collier perhaps looking a bit fatigued, a bit tired, and that gap is definitely starting to close now.
Well, how will this race end up? It has been cat and mouse. We've said that already. Collier, for the first time, I look over his shoulder, he wouldn't have seen Ewan Thomas there, but he is there and he is in touching distance.
Yeah, we round this corner once again. Hopefully no slips or trips. A slight gap. Collier does still have both athletes navigating it very smoothly and successfully. Heading down the hill now for the final time.
Good to see in third, Harry Maxwell from Bath. Looks really good. This is Matt Clark.
Yeah, absolutely a slight swap in positions for them there. Really great to see Harry Maxwell coming through.
Well, this has been good for Collier coming down this hill. He's really starting to motor. Thomas now picks up those heels and starts to tick along a bit quicker. Could this be a tight finish? Alden Collier from Windsor Eton had the lead, lost the lead to Thomas, and then picked it back up again. And this is a real sprint finish, but look at Thomas go. He looks good. Can he close the gap? I don't think he can. This is going to be Alden Collier who takes the win here. He's really had to fight for this. What a tough old battle. Finger to the air. He is number one at Parliament Hill for 2024. A great run from Ewan Thomas. Looks dejected, but he shouldn't be, because that was a fine old run.
Yeah, fantastic display from both athletes there. Really strong finishes. And Collier really gritting his teeth, powering down that home straight. He just had to will him onto the line. Hope that the line came soon enough, and it most definitely did.
Harry Maxwell came through for third there, and this is Matt Clark from Preston in fourth. So we know our podium finishes. It's Alden Collier, Ewan Thomas and Harry Maxwell. Just tripping over the line there, Sam Perry. And then Noah Patterson's here as well. There's Rafi Gaya from Shaftesbury Barnet. Real tough race between those two. And Sid Tilley there, just crossing the line. Tough conditions. Course still looks really good.
Yeah, much better than I originally anticipated, I think. A quick course visit yesterday, and I could most definitely say it was still slippery even when a little frozen, like solid ground. So this definitely held up much better than anticipated, which I'm sure the athletes are very, very grateful for. We do move into our penultimate race of the day up next, which is the under 20 men's 8 kilometres.
Alden Collier, the winner of the under-17 men's race. Alden, that was a great race to watch. How was it to actually race it?
It was a very tough race. The hills are a lot harder than you anticipate. But overall it was a good performance and I'm very pleased. All I do is focus on achieving my maximum potential, and through that I believe I will achieve the very maximum you can do. And today that was well satisfied, so I'm very happy.
So as we're finding out today, speaking to many athletes, it's a tough course. Any particular parts of the course that kind of stick out to you as being particularly tough, or those aspects of the course that you really enjoyed?
The downhills are terrible. They're so slippy. But I found out Ewan really capitalised on them and was gaining on me. So on the last downhill, I gave an extra little push to come through the victory at the finish.
But here you are, you're the winner. What's next?
Well, as far as measurable goals are concerned, up until track season, I'll just attempt to win everything I enter and do my very best I can. And then throughout track season, we'll look at some more measurable goals, but that's to come.
Look, well done. Hang around, you've got a medal to come, but fantastic running, well done.
Just looking for Ewan Thomas. Ewan, come on in. Done the right thing. So,
Ewan, that was a fantastic run in second place there. Did the race unfold today as you expected it to?
I thought it'd be a bit like that, yeah, but I tried to catch him at the end, but he just had too much in the left.
Okay, and so how did you particularly approach the race today? Did you have a strategy, something you spoke about with your coach or your parent?
Yeah, I spoke to my coach about my tactics. I executed it as well as best I could, but Alden just got me there at the end.
Excellent. Well, look, fantastic run today. What's next for you in the racing calendar?
I've got Welsh Champs and then Intercounties then in Nottingham.
Okay, I've got to ask you this question. What's your favourite event on the track?
3K or steeplechase.
Oh, that's a new one, steeplechase. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, well, look, fantastic run today. Obviously, a lot more to come. You're a talent. Looking forward to seeing what you do this year.
Thank you.
Harry, do you want to come on in? You were second or third? Third. And Harry, a fine third place performance there. I think you came through strong at the end there because you weren't initially in the first three, were you?
Yeah, so I kind of slipped over on the first corner and then lost a bit of ground, so I had to make my way through the field throughout the race and just kind of use my endurance towards the end to come through.
Fantastic. So, favourite part of the course today?
Definitely the hills, and you know it's a good technical course with lots of sharp turns and very slippery with the mud.
So obviously what we're trying, Eamon Martin is trying to do today with this course is make it more spectator friendly. Did you feel as though the spectators were getting involved today?
Yeah, with the quite short, lots of loops. It's very good to hear the encouragement from the spectators, especially in the fan area. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Okay, so how old are you now?
17.
And I'm going to ask you this question, you don't have to answer it. Why do you enjoy running?
It's just, just pushing yourself and competing against the best in the country. Is just, really good, especially cross country. It's really good endurance and tough work, especially as a triathlete. I like to use the cross country season to, really kind of get my fitness and, really get strong in the winter.
So I suppose for you, when you see people like Hugo Milner doing what he's doing, he's a triathlete, it's an inspiration for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good inspiration to see someone like Hugo Milner mixing up internationally with the cross country as well as, being so good at triathlon as well. So really encouraging to see.
Look, thank you for such a great performance today. Let's go give you a medal.
Thank you.
Well, the under-20 men's 8 kilometre is underway. James Dargan is at the front alongside Quinn Egram. And we're doing 4 of our longer laps.
Yeah, great to see these athletes all coming through. Of course, another one in the home country's international and area match today. So we've got Team England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, the North, South, East and Midlands all competing against each other in the team competition. And of course some club athletes in there as well. But James Dargan and Quinn Ingram leading the way so far.
Well, we didn't get a chance to see James Dargan at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. I think he was ill, if I remember right. But back here and competing for England at the minute. They are leading with 2 in the top 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Dargan will be looking to put a good performance out today. Gutted, of course, he was to miss the European cross country due to illness after not being able to compete at the trials. Just a week later, he did win the English Schools Cross Country Cup, so put a very, very strong performance down there. So I'm sure he'll be looking to replicate that and run very strongly today against what is a very strong under-20 men's field.
Rabjohns and Neil Ingram also about for England in this one, but Scotland just taking to the front. We've got the north of England in there as well. That is Connor Bell in the blue of Scotland.
So in third place we have a superb performance by
Just coming around halfway on this opening lap.
Yeah, we can see the athletes not quite spread out yet. We're in a bit of a train at the minute, so we're strung together in a string-like fashion, but not too bunched up or separated. Quite a nice way for the athletes to work and use each other to get round this course a little bit less painful, hopefully for them.
And in first place, in the under-17 men, first place goes to Alden Collier. And we have the opportunity of
Well, straight from the off, we've had it stretched out. Quinn Ingram there, just in the arm sleeves in number 827 of England. The South got a couple of athletes inside the top 10 as well.
Liam McKay of Northern Athletics also in touching distance of the lead there as well. He'll be looking, I'm sure, to hold on and keep his high rank throughout the following 7 or so kilometres that we have left of this course. It looks to be Mark Ruby as well, sat in about 5th position at the moment, just ahead of Northern Athlete. But it's still Scotland and England leading the way.
It starts to become a bit cagey, doesn't it?
The iPhone lying around on the course somewhere. Okay, so here we are. The day has been a lot of fun, and it's my privilege now to speak to Andrew Vernon. Andrew, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So I obviously know lots about your athletic history, but talk to me about your running career, highs and lows.
Yeah, so there were many of each. I suppose some of the highs were running at the Olympics. I got a few, well, 3 cross-country medals at the European Cross-Country Championships, and 2 track medals as well. And then a couple of highlights were racing in California, where I got my PB for 5K and 10K. Lows, probably my biggest low point was a few months before the London 2012 Olympics. I had an injury injury. I think it was a stress fracture in my foot, and so that put me out of the running for contention of 2012, which was pretty disheartening. And then it generally just other medals, other injuries, shall I say. But yeah, no one likes to be on the sidelines watching everyone else run.
But I mean, for me, you know, you were successful from a very early age, weren't you? And you did manage to carry that through to senior ranks. So what was that secret for you?
I think so. From a very early age, like not very early, but under 15 and under 17, I was there or thereabouts. I wasn't winning races. I was towards the front end of the races, but never really getting the medals. And then I just slowly upped my training really steadily, going through sort of the junior ranks, like under 20, and that's when I started to become a bit more prominent. And my first sort of breakthrough race was winning the inter-counties in as the second year under 20, and that sort of got me into the team for the World Cross Country Championships. And then it was just slow progression through training, not doing anything too dramatic, not jumping up the miles or suddenly putting in training sessions that I wasn't capable of doing or was going to break me. And being coached well, I suppose, just staying in the sport and getting your head down and doing the hard work.
So here we are today. People are qualifying for the World Cross Country Championships. That progression from being an under 15 who wins national titles to running in maybe the European Champs. Talk to us a little bit about that jump, that leap to competing on the world stage, for example, at the World Cross Country.
The World Cross Country Championships, you can't really put any icing on that. It's a brutal race. It's probably one of the hardest races that anyone could ever do, in terms of the sheer volume of good runners that's in that race. It's nothing like the domestic scene. They go off. I mean, the year before I did it, Eliud Kipchoge had won the junior race, and then that 2005 summer, he won the World Championships. So that's the sort of people you're competing against. And obviously everyone here will probably know what Eliud Kipchoge has gone on to achieve in his career, particularly with the marathon. So you've got that very, very high end. Even at junior level, they're pretty much senior world champion standards. And we saw it with Bekele as well. Kennedy Bekele back in the day, he went from a junior champion to a senior champion within 2 years or something like that. So it's just you've got to admire it for what it is, not get too caught up on who you're competing against, and just go and enjoy it. Just get your head stuck down and just run it as quickly as you can.
For me, I still have the picture, but night of the 10k PBs, there's you, Alex, you, Chris Thompson and yourself coming down the home straight. I mean, it was an absolute mental race. Give me a bit of an insight how it was for you that night.
I was a bit annoyed that I didn't win that little battle, actually. It was a very narrow win in the end for Yi, because we were pretty much all on the same line as we went through, and through the finish line we were neck and neck with each other, and me and Chris Thompson had to really charge him down. We had a lot of ground to make up on the last lap. I think maybe 40-50 meters even, and I got so close, and I think if it'd been actually saying that, I think it would have been better being 10 meters shorter than 10 meters further, because by the time I was getting to the finish line, my legs were actually starting to slow down, and I was starting to fall over, I think. So I sort of hobbled over the line. But I mean, that was the races. The night of the 10,000 meters, they're phenomenal races to be in, and I'm lucky that through my career I was able to see the progression and go, from it sort of starting in, I think it was my first year was 2014. I think it started in 2013 or 2012, something like that. But then to do it, come back every year and see it progress, and every year be better and bigger, and I managed to get a few wins in those races as well. It was it was great to be part of.
So looking what is happening today, more spectator-friendly courses. You didn't really have that type of course back in your day. How would you feel about racing in something like this now?
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't have that these sort of races on the domestic scene, but if you go to like Europe, a lot of the races are set up like this. They're a lot of them are 1500 meter 2K loops, and you do lots and lots of laps. So it's something that I have experienced before, and yeah, they're better. When I was talking to someone before, I can't remember who it was, but the national that there was a year, I think it was maybe 2012 or 2013. We did the national here, and there were 2 laps of 6K, and you just went off into the distance, and you came back, you know, literally nearly 20 minutes later. And yeah, so there's you get support on this field. There's obviously large volumes of people at the national, but once you get over the second field, there's not really many people there. So it's yeah, it's great that these sort of races and these formats are coming to yeah, to Britain, or we're starting to do that, and it can only lead to good things, really.
Best advice you can give to young athletes coming into sport today?
I would say don't try to fight for the gains. Let things come naturally. Everyone, you know, especially if you're going sort of under 13, under 15, under 17, everyone progresses physically at different stages. Don't get disheartened. I was quite small when I was a kid, and I was always one of the kids that was always sort of behind the development line, I suppose, which is probably one of the reasons why I wasn't quite as good as an under 15 or an under 17. But once everyone catches up and we got to, you know, the later ages of, you know, under 17, and certainly by under 20, everyone's caught up, and you know, I started to. That's when I was having my breakthrough as well. So I think I always had the ability, but I just was underdeveloped compared to a lot of people, and yeah, no, I just had to let nature take its course, and yeah, it's. Everything just happens differently for different people, so if you enjoy it, carry on doing it, see where it takes you, and yeah, make those sort of decisions whether you're going to carry on or not later on.
Andy, it's been a pleasure, a privilege. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Andy Vernon. What an athlete on cross country and the track, somebody that these athletes should definitely be looking up to. And they are coming round now for another lap, and it is James Dargan that is leading. Yeah, just about falling over. I think it was Connor Bell. Actually, it was Mark Ruby, another pool athlete. We've got 2 pool AC athletes in this lineup, and we have Will Rabjohns just at the back of that group as well, and he is absolutely covered in mud. It is a bit messy down there. You've got to keep that white vest of England nice and clean though, and from a team perspective, obviously for the home countries international, England at the moment well clear, and it's looking pretty good for Scotland. Logan Beagle is just in second in the blue at the moment. Well, we're just going to come back to the conclusion of that previous lap and just have a look at Mark Ruby. Hands and knees, muddy patches everywhere. Did well to get back to his feet, and look at him, he's still in 5th, so absolutely fair play, Mark Ruby. Guys in pool are bred of strong stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just his outside foot went and he lost his balance, I think. Hands and knees to try and recover himself, which he did a very, very good job of. But all 4 England athletes up there in the top 6, which is fantastic to see for them from a team perspective, as Scott said. All athletes looking very smooth. Dargan, of course, taking us through at the front at the minute. Logan Beagle and Quinn Mealingram, closely followed by Jake Stevens.
Well, tough one. James Dargan, of course, successful track campaign last year as well. 4th over the 5,000 at the European Junior Championships, but Quinn Mealingram, just on his outside shoulder, had a really strong 12 months and a great run about 6 weeks ago over the 10k, 30 minutes 9 seconds, which is so strong for an under 20.
Yeah, fantastic running, and both Dargan and Quinn Mealingram have fantastic achievements to date so far. Only under 20s, as you said, a lot more to come from them in the future, and I'm sure they'll build on their already incredibly impressive CVs. Dargan now just a couple of metres from the rest of the pack. They're all still nicely together and within distance enough to be working together tactically. Here's Miel Ingram that takes second place from Logan Beagle.
Well, still plenty of running to go in this. We're what, around about 5k in. And James Dargan, perhaps some people's favourites. I'm sure he will back himself. It is quite open. Logan Beagle of Scotland there, just putting himself in the mix as well. Well, we still have no idea which way this is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely still anybody's game at this point in this 8-kilometre race for the under-20 men. All those top 4 athletes in contention still. I'm sure it will remain that way for a little while longer, but as Scott said, I'm sure Dargan backing himself. Miel Ingram, I'm convinced, will give him a run for his money and really do everything he can to lay down the gauntlet and do absolutely everything to hold on to that spot.
Group down to about 4. Miel Ingram, Beagle, Ruby and Dargan heading it up at the front. It's been such a great day today, so much action. The course has been superb. I'm sure that everybody will be grateful it hasn't been super wet this week, because that would have left it very, very difficult. But the field sizes have been good, the quality's been good. We will get to hear from the man himself, the race director, Eamon Martin, who has been pushing this race in all corners and hoping to take it to bigger and better levels, just like the night of 10,000 metre PBs has been over the last 10 years. And Eamon Martin will be interviewed in the next 10 minutes or so ahead of the final race of the day, the Open Men's 4 kilometres.
Yeah, and what a great job Eamon Martin has done so far. Athletes giving very positive feedback from what we've heard in interviews of this 2-kilometre loop. It's nice to have the spectators around them for so much of the events.
Fortunately, another athlete that's struggling and had to step off the course. Well, Scotland's athletes, so might hamper their scoring opportunities.
These 4 athletes still off and away though, and is Jake Stevens just trying to reel them back in, currently sat in 5th place for Team England. Athletes slowing down to almost a walk as they come round that hairpin turn now after seeing the damage it did to a couple of the athletes in that pack. William Rabdon's also slowing down, holding onto the tape for a bit of extra stability. He's really cut up now, that part of the course. You can see as well on the far left of your screen the splits as they come through on this lap. Just a second between the top 4. 5 seconds off the pace is Jack Stevens, 9 seconds is William Rabdon's. Looks like it's going to become 3 now. The English and Scottish athletes just moving slightly clear. Dargan still leading the way.
Difficult to see who's looking strongest. Maybe Miel Ingram just sitting in 3rd there. His stride just a bit shorter, looking quite controlled at the moment. Bit of concentration on his face though.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Northern teammates there working together.
We're just seeing an athlete under some medical treatment as they go under the tent and up the hill. We hope they're okay. Not quite sure who that was. And obviously stepped off the course under the foil blanket. We wish them all the best. Dargan stretching away at the front. Beagle is going with him, the Scottish athlete. Neil Ingram is still there. Can he transfer that strong 10k on the road over the cross country? Wait to see.
Yeah, he's looking like he's holding on really nicely, sat in third place there, not wanting to do too much, but just enough to stay in touching distance. Dargan, though, moving slightly further clear of Beagle as he comes down the hill now in this far end of the course.
Well, you can tell they're starting to work hard. The grimace on the face as they're coming around this back end of the course. They're just over maybe a kilometre from the finish. So, where will the medals go? Dargan with a lead that is stretching above 5 metres now, past the marshals. And he looks good, he looks composed, he looks strong, and looks to perhaps be adding to his list of great successes. He was second at the English National Cross Country almost 12 months ago. I'm sure he'll be back to try and take the gold next month.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the James Dargan that we are very familiar watching. Strong, powering away, stretching that lead stride by stride as he comes up now, up this incline. He looks to be taking the fairly compact and the most popular line as he climbs this hill through the leaves, the autumn leaves that have fallen, as he overcomes the brow of the hill and continues now along the back of this course.
Well, I said we saw a Scottish athlete drop out, and I think Scotland are out of the team event because they're down to only 2 runners, which is really unfortunate for them, with Logan Beagle so far up the field. But England with 8 scored at the moment. Dargan, Quinmill Ingram and Stevens, Jake Stevens, who's placing well at the minute. So they are ticking along nicely, and Neil Ingram now up into second.
Yeah, a very good move there from Neil Ingram to take the second position currently, but it is all about James Dargan right now, who's looking stronger and stronger as he stretches away from the rest of the field.
Tough, digging deep on the uphill climb. Dargan doesn't have to worry about that now though. Most of his race from here on out is down the slope. He can build some speed, make life easier for him, but does need to control it, does need to stay on top of his running.
Yeah, most definitely. You saw a slight rock from him there, potentially just a misplaced foot, and it's that sort of thing that is now all that stands in his way between him and taking the title at this London International Cross Country. One slip or trip in the wrong place could really be detrimental, so hopefully he can stay on his feet and he controls his way down the slope and in towards the fan tent for the final time.
Well, it's not done yet, is it? The battle still on. Mark Ruby here in the blue and red vest of the south of England, the Pool AC athlete, going very, very well. This is Jake Stevens as well, just coming around the hairpin bend. Dargan though, down the hill, under the tent, striding away. Quinmill Ingram, can he stretch it out and just try and wind it back? But that is an absolutely monstrous gap.
Yeah, most definitely. It looks to be James Dargan's title to lose now. He's coming through and it won't be long until he's into the home straight, winding past the VIP tent. The finish is now in sight.
Well, Dargan now maybe just a slight smile on his face. The lungs will be hurting, the legs will be aching, but he knows this is another gold medal for his bedside table. And finally look over the shoulder and there's the smile, and again it is James Dargan that takes the win here at the London Cross Challenge. Quinmill Ingram came close but not close enough. It's good for England though, and Logan Beagle for Scotland in third. And coming across now for fourth This is Mark Ruby. Great run from him as well.
Yeah, fantastic performances all round. Just behind him, Jake Stevens to round off Team England's scoring participants, and that will be enough for Team England to take the win in the home country's competition.
Well, it was composed, wasn't it, from Dargan? I think he'll be delighted with that going into the national next month, and of course the inter-county/cross challenge final.
Yeah, absolutely. Dargan looked strong from the off and really settled, didn't panic at all when everybody stayed with him. We had those four obviously breaking away for a good half of the course. But Dargan finding his time and making sure he knew when to switch it on. With about a K to go, he really just started to open up his stride and stretch that lead.
Some tired bodies and faces across the line. And we have only one race left to go. James Dargan says just 1 minute please before an interview. I'm sure we'll hear from him.
You've had your picture taken with the other guys over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Who can blame him for wanting a slight breather after that incredible performance, and one I'm sure he'll take a lot of confidence from moving forwards.
Big win from James Dargan. And he will certainly remember this race.
Watch. How did it unfold for you?
That was some race to race, to be honest. That was really tough. I think obviously it's such a great course, like it's Parliament Hill, it's always going to be incredible, but I think it ended up being more of like a race to the heart than race to what's in the legs. That last 100 metres down that hill was just horrible, but I think I knew I'm not really fit yet, not where I want to be, so sit in, work it throughout the race and just try and see who sticks with me, and then just hope that I've got something left at the end to go with, which worked out quite well today, so I'm really pleased.
Well, I can tell you as a bystander watching, it was really interesting to watch you. There was a group of four, you were always towards the front of that group, and it almost looked, and you're going to tell me if I'm right or wrong, it almost looked as though you were starting to put surges in progressively throughout the run. Is that how it unfolded?
Yeah, I think when I race, I like to sort of dictate the moves. I don't like to react. So I think I knew at some point in the race, I sort of ended up nearer the front, and I knew at some point I was going to have to go. So as it just happened though, a little bit like that I was better at. Like the hills felt really strong today, so just those little bits, trying to get a bit of a gap, see who comes back with me, and just keep going and just keep going, surging forward and just see who can stick on it, and then at the end just hope I've managed to whittle them down, because it's obviously a really strong field. Hope that I whittled them down enough to be able to just power it down the hill at the end and just be able to take the tape, which worked out quite well for me.
I mean, I have to say, having followed your career, you're quite a talent, and it's really quite interesting as well, because I was chatting to a young man you might know, Ellis Cross, and he rates you very highly. So what's the next move for you from here?
Well, I think today was largely just sort of seeing where I am. I missed Euros, I missed Liverpool trials because of illness. So I know I'm building back at the moment. I didn't know how strong I was. So I was just coming here to sort of just test the water, see how I'm feeling. I think I felt really good today. So next step, I'll do Southerns next week. And then obviously looking into counties, World Cross, and on from there. So I don't really know the next step. I'm going to need to speak to my coach Mick, and then we'll figure it out at the end.
I hear a rumour about America.
Yeah, indeed. I'm really pleased to have committed to Stanford. So obviously a really huge move for me, as I think the NCAA system is massive. I'm really excited to get out, hopefully in slightly warmer conditions than this in California. But yeah, really pleased to have committed to Stanford. So that's the next steps in the long term for now.
Well, I can tell you that for me, it looks like there's a really exciting career ahead for you. It's exciting to watch how you race today, and from me to you, I wish you all the best for what's coming up, and enjoy America.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much.
Top man.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from James Dargan and his future endeavours. We are underway with our final race of the day. It is the men's 4 kilometres, including the British University's trial for the World University Cross Country Championship short course.
Yeah, the top 2 eligible finishers, of course, will be booking their spot for the World Universities Cross Country Championships. So you can see lots of University of Birmingham vests and Loughborough University vests in there. There'll be other athletes as well hoping to make an impression and get their spot on the plane booked.
Well, you might notice some of the athletes have got extra bibs on the back of their vests. That means they are eligible for selection for the World University Cross Country. So keep an eye out for where everybody finishes. Alex Malloy is one of the men in the middle, so keep an eye out for him. He wears 9.16. I'm sure he fancies his chances. He wouldn't be here if he didn't think he could make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And slightly to the side of him was number 902, Tommy Bridger. He's also had plenty of success already in his athletics career. 3:44 1500 metre runner, England Athletics steeplechase champion. A very impressive career so far from Tommy Bridger, which I'm sure he'll be looking to build on by booking his place at the World Universities Cross Country.
Sam Mills is in there as well, just that white strip of Exeter. Performed well at the European Cross just 6 weeks ago. To the World Cross Country Championships last March too. And he'll be fancying his chances as well.
Yeah, and I believe that's number 905, Simon Coppard, at the front of that pack in the Loughborough vest. Looks to be sat in about 3rd position currently. 15:08 5k time, so definitely someone with the strength and speed that this 4 kilometre trial calls for around Parliament Hill.
Well, we believe they are doing 3 shorter laps. We say believe because not always has it been the case, or has it been clear today what number of laps the athletes are running, but it looks as if they've started with a short one for sure. That is good to see.
Yeah, some slight confusion earlier on in the day, but of course the female 4k trial also completed 3 short laps of this course, so it looks to be that we are mimicking that in this final race of the day at the London Cross Challenge.
Joe Tuffin at the front, Birmingham Roeheath. Or Bratt, great club. Tuffin sitting comfortable at the front at the moment. Mills just about 4th at the minute.
You can see the speed at which the athletes have rounded that corner for the first time. Perhaps underestimating their slippiness slightly, but maybe to their advantage in the fact that without holding back they are not slipping in the mud quite so much. I've often told in cross country, you run with the mud, don't resist it. If you resist it, it makes it an awful lot harder to stay on your feet. Tyler Billiard sat in 2nd.
Yeah, we've got a good group at the front here, haven't we?
Yeah, most definitely, all still in touching distance. I'm sure all of them fancy their chances, especially if it does come down to a sprint finish. Some of these men have great success and great turnover after their success on the track over the shorter distances of 800 and 1500 metres, some even in 3000 as well, which could make this very competitive indeed.
And in the bright pink shorts with the Loughborough vest, it's Rowan Meal-Ingram. We've just seen Quinn Meal-Ingram come 2nd in the under-20 race, so maybe fancies his chances to go on better than his little brother. We shall see.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. They're moving around now into the next lap. You can see some of the athletes coming through on that hairpin. Arms are flying out for a bit of balance to show just how slippery it is.
In and out the tent they go. up the hill. These the medals from the under-20 men's. That was Logan Beagle of Scotland getting third. This is Quinn Meal Ingram. Solid run from him.
And in a very exciting race, a fantastically strong run by James Dargan.
James Dargan getting the gold.
Yeah, fantastic race to watch unfold that was just a few moments ago.
Well, Malloy's still there, loitering at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all still sat pretty compact together, all in striking distance of making a tactical move at the minute. But it is Malloy that's been sat probably most consistently at the front of this pack so far.
Well, in that Gateshead strip, it's Luca Minail just surging his way to the fore for the first time.
I'm sure at the pace these men are going as well, we are gathering speed, and it won't be long until we are rounding the corners into the final stages, but we do still have another lap to go after these men negotiate the hairpin one more time.
Well, it's interesting really, we saw Beth and Molly in the women's 4K earlier on.
It felt very good. I mean, I did enjoy it. I know that people are saying you're going to be stressed and pressured. Look, I'll take the feedback, I'll take the little bits and pieces, but for year one and starting from what we'll call scratch, I think having a really tight course and a big screen to be able to see a bit more of it on, I'm generally speaking, I'm really overall very, very pleased with it. And I think it's really to try and boost cross country, to try and get spectator involvement. We'll take it to a next level, as it were, but I think for a starter, a bit like the night of 10,000s, this has started probably at a higher place than that, but where we can go is down to what we can put into it in terms of our thoughts and ideas.
Well, I have to agree with you. As a first occasion for this event, it's been an amazing day. Plenty to think about, and plenty to think about moving forwards. So we're going to be doing this again next year?
The plan and the idea is, and obviously there'll be some group meetings and some feedback. Let's call it, I love to call it continuous improvement. I will get that, and I will look at continually improving it. Yeah, of course, you know, year one you look at things that didn't go quite as well when you work on it, but you have to also look at all the things that went really well, and there are a lot. So I think that's the bit which gives us the kind of impetus to take it forward. And I've got meetings set up, you know, maybe in a couple of weeks' time to let the dust settle, look at it and say, right, what can we do? It's in the greatest place we can have cross country, in my opinion. I don't just mean London, I mean Parliament Hill. So let's use that as a springboard to making it bigger and better, and getting some overseas teams here to really liven it up. That is my thought and my plan.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot because I know we've got the men's 4K finishing. I want you to give me the 3 things that you've enjoyed most about today.
I enjoy cross country anyway. I love cross country, so being part of it, I've still enjoyed being a team manager for England, watching the races, particularly great races, you know, in the men's and women's, where, you know, we had Abby Donnelly and obviously Hugo Milner. They were great races anyway. It doesn't mean the others aren't great races, but they're starting to become, well, they are established names. I've enjoyed that. I've enjoyed the fact that the course is, relatively speaking, short, a bit more European. I like that. I like the engagement more of the spectators. I think that's good. And the other thing is, I think generally speaking, the feedback from the athletes about the course, I know there's bound to be 1 or 2 issues and injuries, but generally people are saying it's really tough but wonderful from a point of view of it's real cross country. I like that.
Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot and tell you, Eamon, I've loved today. I'm loving what you're doing, and do you know what? Give us a hug.
Yeah.
Great work, Eamon. Thanks so much. Let's do it again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's the action.
Fantastic job alongside a whole team of marshals, officials and everybody else, but somebody that is doing a wonderful job in this race is Sam Mills, and he is sometimes a bit of a dark horse in these cross-country races. People don't necessarily shout his name, but he really performs well. He might have been a bit disappointed with where he finished at the European Cross, but now leads this race, and he's putting himself in pole position to head to the World University Cross Country Champs in just about a month's time.
Yeah, he's looking fantastically strong, isn't he? Broken away from Alex Malloy there, who's sat in second place currently. Looking really strong as he works his way, arms pumping up that hill to gain some more momentum, which I'm sure he'll carry over into the downhill now.
Well, Malloy, certainly the one who reacted to Mills's kick just as we're coming to the end of that interview with Eamon Martin, and it is not over yet. Sam Mills could easily blow up here, but he looks good, he looks composed. These two trying to get amongst it. Tough for Mills, just having to dip around one of the other racers, but smart move and fair play to the athlete who just drifted to the right to let them come past.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there both athletes in the top two flying their arms out to gain some balance there. We can really see it has got significantly muddier and more cut up, and at the speed they're going at as well, a fall is the last thing we need, but Sam Mills looking fantastic.
Well, Malloy is in second, and Rowan Neal-Ingram is in third. Behind him, Joe Tuffin. Those are the top four at the moment. Malloy looks clear in second, or does he? Because Neal-Ingram is absolutely flying at the moment. The cowbells are ringing, and this is the final sprint finish of the day here from the London Cross Challenge for 2024. Sam Mills just starting to tighten up now. A look over his shoulder, you know it's starting to hurt, and it is Alex Malloy that is starting to fly. Those long legs of his just striking for home, and here he comes. He's surging past Sam Mills. This is fantastic from Alex Malloy. What a sprint finish, and what a way to end it here at Parliament Hill, and he absolutely loved that. Well, it was cat and mouse, and it was Alex Malloy of Loughborough who came through to take the win. He can't quite believe it. I think in the back of his mind he doubted whether he'd be able to catch him up. Sam Mills made that a real race. He took with his scruff of the neck with about a kilometre to go and made that so hard. But wow, Alex Malloy, what a sprint finish.
That was fantastic to watch. Sam Mills really took that on a long run from home, about a kilometre out. He surged just at the end of that interview that we saw and really made it hard graft. But Alex Malloy, what a fantastically timed run that was to take it just before the line. How exciting.
Well, Mills would be disappointed that he didn't win the race, but he has guaranteed himself selection for the World University Cross Country Championships in Oman on the 17th of February, and what a trip that is going to be.
Yeah, it's hard to be disappointed when that is the outcome of your race. A second place for that is a fantastic run from Sam Mills. I'm sure there will be initial disappointment on losing out on a sprint finish, but a fantastic day at the office nonetheless.
Well, only 1 second in the end to separate them. This was the finish, and it just goes to show the distance between them as he came back into the home straight. A look over the inside shoulder, what's that, about 15 metres? We've got maybe 120 to go. Mills here just starting to tighten up, and well, Malloy just began to motor, and those legs kept ticking over, and here he is.
I've got a decent 1500 metre background, so I was hoping to sort of leave it as late as possible, but no one really wants to go to the front, and that's fair enough. But yeah, I mean, Sansa got on early, and he's fantastic over the mud, so he sort of gapped me going down the downhill where it's really muddy, and yeah, I thought it was over at that point, but I just stuck with it. I mean,
so that's the thing for me. In a race, people make moves.
Yeah.
You cover the moves. You hang in there. They make a move. You cover the move. You hang in there.
Yeah.
Talk me through that towards the end.
Look, like I said, Sam got a big old gap, put in a massive burst, and yeah, it was sort of down to me to try and close it, and it wasn't closing for a while, and then yeah, when we got into the flat stuff, I just got decent speed in my legs at the moment, so yeah, I managed to get him.
How does that rank in those races that you've run in your career today?
Oh, it's tough to say. I mean, like, I do like the course, to be fair. I quite like the shorter cross countries. I'm a massive fan. Anything to avoid doing 10k is quite nice. So yeah, no, a lot of fun. Great event. So
well, here you are, the winner, and I'm going to ask Coach one more time. Pair of you here, I'm going to put you on the spot. What's next?
Well, now it's the World Student Games in Amman, the short course, and then after that it's just getting ready for the summer. So we need to make a big move on his 1500 metre time, so that comes next.
Yeah. Guys, fantastic work, coach, athlete, fantastic result. I wish you all the best for a great season moving forward. Fantastic, love it. Well done.
Sam, don't escape. Come on in. Come on, Sam.
Rosie, it was a big win for Alex Malloy.
It was just 1 second in it there. Sam Mills really taking it on. A run for home from about a kilometre out. We heard Malloy say in his interview there, Sam's brilliant over the mud. I thought he had it. And it was a fantastically exciting sprint finish indeed. Just 1 second and that gap was closed fantastically quickly.
I'm going to leave it to the last straight because I'm not the fastest 1500 runner in the field. So leaving it to the last like 800 or so, I thought I could take the sting out of everyone before the last straight, but it just wasn't strong enough.
Do you know, it was interesting, I don't know if you heard what he had to say there, but you made a big move and you asked the question. He just about hung in there, but you dug deep. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I just didn't snap the band enough. If I snapped the band, then I could have had it. But it's still January, it's still winter, so we're building towards summer. But I think today was just showing a good where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved your career today. I really enjoyed your race at the Europeans. That was superb. What have you got planned next?
Armagh 5k. That's looking to go quite quick there. BUCS indoors, and then a bit more of a base build for track.
Well, look, fantastic race today. Not quite the win, but a superb race. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best for the summer.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well, an amazing day here at Parliament Hill in the very first ever London International Cross Country. Rosie, your highlight?
It's going to sound cliche, but it's got to be the last race of the day. That was fantastic. That exciting sprint finish, the closest we've seen all day, and it's hard to top that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've had a great time here at Parliament Hill. Conditions have been good, course has been good, and innovation in sport is always great as well. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, good evening.